sovereign ruler of the universe, creator of heaven and earth, we humbly come to you in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Lord Jesus, you are the Prince of Peace. Let your peace reign over our nation, the Philippines. Touch our land, Luzon, Visayas, and now especially Mindanao. We specifically ask you to take hold of Marawi by your mighty hand and let peace, justice, and righteousness reign over this city and its people. Remove the shadow of terror and the evils of war that create fear in the hearts of our people. You said in your word in 2 Chronicles 7:14 that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and will heal their land. Oh, dear sovereign Lord, we humble ourselves today and seek your forgiveness as individuals and as a nation. We ask you to hear our prayer and heal our land. Bless Marawi and its people, especially those affected by the recent violent attacks in that city. Protect and strengthen our armed forces in the fight against chaos and lawlessness by the power of your Holy Spirit. We also pray for our leader, President Duterte. Give him the wisdom, guidance, and strength that he needs to lead us through the challenges we face as a nation. Together we declare, pinagpala ang bayan na ang Diyos ay ang Panginoon. That you, Lord God, are sovereign over Marawi and that you reign over the Philippines. This is our prayer in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Monteveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Suveri, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority
President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journals of the 85th session, Tuesday, May 23, 2017, the 86th session, Wednesday, 24, 2017, and the 87th session, Monday, May 29, 2017, and consider them as approved.
Is there any objection to the motion, which covers 3 journals? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, we'd like to acknowledge the guests of Senator Escudero from Castilla, Sorsogon, Mayor Joan Lorenzana, Vice Mayor Manata Vicente, and members of the Sangguniang Bayan. Also would like to acknowledge the guests of Senator Subiri from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Ecosystem Research and Development Bureau, Dr. Tesoro, DTI, Ms. Leonor Panigbatan, Board of Investments, Mr. Nestro Arcansalin, Ms. Arian Ada Anthony, Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, Ms. Rodelia Pagado, Mr. Renato Viado, and the Science Center of the Philippines, Rayan Matute, and Ms. Jo Cruz. Then also the Bamboo Foundation, Mr. President. And also acknowledge the presence of Kani Jer, Country Director of People in Need, Mr. Rainer Vacra, Mr. Paul Plaza, Mr. Lubos Blaha, Mr. Richard Scholes, Mr. Virginos Sinkevicius from Lithuania, Seska Teresa, Gabrielo Katerina, and Hasna Adi. Also guest of Senator Angara, Francis Espiritu Jr., Mayor of Dumalneg, Ilocos Norte. I'd like to welcome them to the Senate.
Welcome to all of our guests.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Secretary,
Messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 22 May 2017 it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. 5633, an act promoting universal access to quality tertiary education by providing for free tuition and other school fees in state universities and colleges and state-run technical vocational institutions, strengthening the unified student financial assistance system for tertiary education and appropriating funds therefore.
to the Committee on Rules, but before we proceed, can the Chair request for a little silence? Because what we're doing is part of the constitutional process. This is the first reading of a measure. Go ahead, Secretary.
5648, an act rationalizing and strengthening the policy regarding driver's license, providing for a 5-year validity and penalizing acts in violation of its issuance and application.
Committee on Rules.
725, an act prohibiting the collection of fees from passengers for the use of sanitary facilities located in the land transportation terminals, stations, stops, and rest areas.
To the Committee on Public Services.
5342, an act regulating the public solicitations and providing penalties for violation thereof, repealing for the purpose Act number 4075 as amended by Presidential Decree number 1564, otherwise known as the Solicitation Permit Law.
To the Committee on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development.
5347, an act an act establishing a local government resettlement program that implements an on-site, in-city, or near-city strategy for informal settler families in accordance with the People's Plan and mandating the relocating local government unit to provide other basic services and livelihood components in favor of the recipient local government unit, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7279 as amended, otherwise known as the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992.
To the Committees on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement, and Local Government.
5350, an act extending the period for indigenous cultural communities, indigenous peoples, to exercise the option to secure certificates of title to their ancestral lands under Commonwealth Act 141 as amended, or the Land Registration Act 496 amending for the purpose Section 12 of Republic Act number A371, otherwise known as the Indigenous Peoples' Right Act of 1997.
To the Committee on Cultural Communities.
5576, an act establishing a career guidance and counseling program for all secondary schools and appropriating funds therefore. And 5577, an act mandating the conservation of Gabaldon school buildings nationwide, providing penalties for violations and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Education, Arts and Culture, and Finance.
5568, establishing an LTO satellite office in Ticao Island, Masbate.
To the Committees on Public Services and Finance.
5585, reapportioning the Lone Legislative District and the Sangguniang Panglonsod, City of Iloilo.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation.
1865, declaring March 21 special non-working holiday, San Fabian, Pangasinan. House Bill number 2131, declaring July 22 special non-working holiday, Claveria, Misamis Oriental. 2132, declaring June 15 special non-working holiday, Opol, Misamis Oriental. 552, declaring April 3 special non-working holiday, Albay, including the cities. 5563, declaring April 21 special non-working holiday, Orani, Bataan. 3404, declaring August 30 special non-working holiday, Mandawi, Cebu. 3526, declaring June 20 special non-working holiday, Ginayangan, Quezon, 5551, declaring September 2 special non-working holiday, Albay including the cities, 5553, declaring September 2 special non-working holiday, Kiangan, Ifugao, 5554, declaring December 9 special working holiday, Dinagat Islands, 5562, declaring April 5 special non-working holiday, Pangasinan, 5564, declaring February 3 special non-working holiday, Cabanatuan, Nueva Ecija, 5565, declaring January 24 special non-working holiday, Palawan and Puerto Princesa, 5566, declaring November 2 special non-working holiday, Misamis Occidental.
Referred to the Committee on Local Government.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 22 May 2017, it designated Representatives Hofer, Salceda, Escudero, Tenio, and Arcillas as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 5633, entitled An Act Promoting Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education by Providing for Free Tuition and Other School Fees in State Universities and Colleges and State-run Technical Vocational Institutions, strengthening the Unified Student Financial Assistance System for Tertiary Education and appropriating funds therefore, and Senate Bill number 1304, an act accelerating universal access to tertiary education by providing for a tuition subsidy and financial assistance to students enrolled in state universities and colleges, private higher education institutions, and technical vocational institutions, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 23 May 2017, it designated Representatives Ibardoni and Lobregat as additional conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 5633, entitled An Act Promoting Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education by Providing for Free Tuition and Other School Fees in State Universities and Colleges and State-run Technical Vocational Institutions, strengthening the Unified Student Financial Assistance System for Tertiary Education and appropriating funds therefore. Senate Bill number 1304, an act accelerating universal access to tertiary education by providing for a tuition subsidy and financial assistance to students enrolled in state universities and colleges, private higher education institutions, and technical vocational institutions, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 23 May 2017, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 5225, entitled An Act Mandating the Provision of Free Wi-Fi Internet Access in Public Areas, and Senate Bill number 1277, entitled An Act Establishing the Free Internet Access Program in public spaces in the country and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Archives.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill number 1470, an act creating the Philippine Charity Office, Senator Lacson.
To the Committees on Games and Amusement, Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, and Ways and Means.
1471, an act amending Presidential Decree number 1869 as amended by Republic Act number 9487, otherwise known as the PAGCOR Charter, Senator Lacson.
To the Committees on Games and Amusement, Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, and Ways and Means.
1472, an act establishing resource development and crisis centers for women and children in every province and city of the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations and Gender Equality, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance.
Committee reports. Number 106, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill Number 4937, introduced by Representative Yap, entitled An Act Creating a Barangay to be known as Barangay Care in the City of Tarlac, Province of Tarlac, recommending its approval with amendments. Senator Sani Angara. Committee Report Number 107, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill Number 4942, introduced by Representative Dalog, entitled An Act Creating a Barangay to be known as Barangay Pudo in the Municipality of Natonin Mountain Province, recommending its approval with amendments. Senator Sani Angara. Committee Report Number 108, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill Number 2924, introduced by Representative Villanueva, entitled An Act Creating a Barangay to be known as Barangay Cristo Rey in the Municipality of Capas, Province of Tarlac, recommending its approval with amendment. Senator Sani Angara. Committee Report Number 109, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill Number 4934, introduced by Representative Hofer, entitled An Act Creating a Barangay to be known as Barangay San Isidro in the Municipality of Titay, Province of Zamboanga, Sibugay, recommending its approval with amendments. Senator Sani Angara. Report Number 110, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill Number 4938, introduced by Representative Uy, entitled An Act Creating a Barangay to be known as Barangay Poblacion 3 in the Municipality of Villanueva, Province of Misamis Oriental, recommending its approval with amendment. Senator Sani Angara. Report Number 111, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill Number 4935, introduced by Representative Matugas, entitled An Act Creating a Barangay to be known as Barangay Don Albino Titarok in the Municipality of Socorro, Province of Surigao del Norte, recommending its approval with amendments. Senator Sani Angara. Report Number 112, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill Number 4924, introduced by Representative Alvarez, entitled An Act Dividing Barangay Magugpo in the City of Tagum, Province of Davao del Norte, into 5 distinct and independent barangays to be known as Barangay Magugpo Poblacion, Barangay Magugpo East, Barangay Magugpo West, Barangay Magugpo North, and Barangay Magugpo South, recommending its approval with amendments. Senator Sani Angara. Report Number 113, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill Number 4943, introduced by Representative Gatsalian, entitled An Act Dividing Barangay Kanumay in the City of Valenzuela into 2 distinct and independent barangays to be known as Barangay Kanumay West and Barangay Kanumay East, recommending its approval with amendment. Senator Sani Angara. Report Number 114, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill Number 4923, introduced by Representative Garcia Albano, entitled An Act Dividing Barangay Pampanga in the City of Davao into 3 distinct and independent barangays to be known as Barangay Pampanga, Barangay Alfonso Ang Leong to Senior, and Barangay V. Hison, recommending its approval with amendments. Senator Sani Angara.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader. Additional.
Additional reference of this. reference of business, message from the President of the Philippines. Letter of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, dated 16 May 2017, submitting for the Senate's consideration the International Convention on the Control of Harmful Anti-Fouling Systems on Ships 2001, which was adopted on 5 October 2001 in London.
To the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 24 May 2017, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 5159, entitled An Act in Strengthening the Provision of Emergency Health Care Service to Patients, further amending for the purpose Batas Pambansa Bilang 702 as amended, entitled An Act Prohibiting the Demand of Deposits or Advance Payments for the Confinement or Treatment of Patients in Hospitals and Medical Clinics in certain cases, and Senate Bill number 1353, an act increasing the penalties for the refusal of hospitals and medical clinics to administer appropriate initial medical treatment and support in emergency or serious cases, amending for the purpose Batas Pambansa Bilang 702, otherwise known as an act prohibiting the demand of deposits or advance payments for the confinement of treatment of patients in hospitals and medical clinics in certain cases as amended by Republic Act number 8344 and for other purposes.
To the Archives.
Bills on first reading. 1473. An act providing for an increase in the standing force of the Armed Forces of the Philippines through the recruitment and special enlistment of provisional enlisted personnel by Senator Trillanes IV.
To the Committees on National Defense and Security and Finance.
1474. An act providing for the special protection of children in situations of armed conflict and providing penalties for violation thereof. Senator Soto III.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations and Gender Equality, National Defense and Security and Finance.
1475. An act amending Republic Act 8972, otherwise known as the Act providing for benefits and privileges to solo parents and their children, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Soto III.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations and Gender Equality, Social Justice, Welfare, Rural Development, Ways and Means, and Finance.
1476. An act replacing quantitative import restrictions on rice with tariffs and creating the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, amending for the purpose of Republic Act number 8178 as amended and for other purposes. Senator Recto.
To the Committees on Agriculture and Food and Ways and Means and Finance.
Resolutions. 388, resolution expressing the sense of the Senate supporting the proclamation number 216 dated May 23, 2017, entitled Declaring a State of Martial Law and Suspending the Privilege of the Writ of Habeas Corpus in the whole of Mindanao and finding no cause to revoke the same, introduced by Senator Soto III, Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, Recto, Angara, Maria Lourdes, Nancy Binay, Joseph Victor Ejercito, Win Gatchalian, Richard J. Gordon, Honasan II, Lacson, Ligarda, Emmanuel Manny D. Pacquiao, Joel Villanueva, Cynthia A. Villar, and Subiri.
To the Committee on Rules.
Number 389, resolution directing the proper Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the reported garlic importation done by the Department of Agriculture and its implication to the sudden rise of prices in the market. Senator Cynthia A. Villar.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
390, resolution to convene Congress in joint session and deliberate on proclamation number 216, dated 23 May 2017, entitled Declaring a State of Martial Law and Suspending the Privilege of the Writ of Habeas Corpus in the whole of Mindanao, introduced by Senators Pangilinan, Drilon, Risa Hontiveros, Trillanes IV, Paulo Benigno Bamaquino IV, and Laila M. de Lima.
To the Committee on Rules.
Number 391, resolution expressing the sense of the Senate to support Senator Laila de Lima's request to vote on landmark pieces of legislation subject to court approval, introduced by Senators Pangilinan, Drilon, Risa Hontiveros, Trillanes IV, and Paulo Benigno Bam Aquino IV.
To the Committee on Rules.
392, resolution urging the Department of Transportation through the Land Transportation Office to conduct a study for the establishment and implementation of an online registration process of motor vehicles with the end in view of providing effective and efficient public service for a progressive land transport sector. Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito.
To the Committee on Public Services.
393, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Tourism to investigate in aid of legislation the alleged degradation and pollution of prime island beach destinations and other coastal recreation waters in the country, with the end in view of crafting laws, rules, and regulations to protect and conserve our beaches, shorelines, and other ecotourism sites. Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito.
To the Committees on Environment and Natural Resources and Tourism.
Committee reports. Committee report number 115, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, Youth, and Finance on Senate Bill number 1477 with Senators Grace Poe, Maria Lourdes Nancy Isbinay, Risa Hontiveros, and Laila M. de Lima as authors thereof, entitled An Act Promoting Positive and Nonviolent Discipline of Children, Prohibiting All Forms of Corporal Punishment, Humiliating and Degrading Treatment, Appropriating Funds therefore and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 1136, 1170, 1189, and 1348, Senator Risa Hontiveros.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
116, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, Ways and Means, and Finance on Senate Bill number 1478 with Senators Paulo Benigno Bamaquino IV, Ligarda, Cynthia A. Villar, and Soberi as authors thereof, entitled An Act Institutionalizing the Bamboo Industry Development in the Philippines, Creating the Bamboo Industry Research and Development Center, Appropriating Funds therefore and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 652, 665, 716, Senator Soberi.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider for third reading Senate Bill 1468 under Committee Report 105.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
May we request the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
An act designating casinos as covered persons and the Republic Act number 9160, otherwise known as the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001 as amended.
Mr. President, printed copies of the measure were distributed last May 25, 2017, thereby complying with the three-day rule. I therefore move to vote on third and final reading, Senate Bill 1468, through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, we proceed with the roll call vote for Senate Bill number 1468.
Roll call vote of members. The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Suberi, Senate President Pimentel.
21 affirmative votes, 0 negative vote. Senate Bill number 1468 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to consider for third reading the following House bills, all pertaining to the establishments of multi-species marine hatcheries in various parts of the country. House Bill 4848, House Bill 4850, House Bill 4851, 4852, 4853, 4854, 4855, 4856, 4857, 4858, 4859, 4860, 4861, and 4862.
Any objection for us to consider all of those aforementioned House bills? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
May we request our Secretary to read the short title of the measures?
An act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the city of Bislig, province of Surigao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. An act establishing a
Can you mention, Secretary, the number? And then the,
House Bill number 4848.
that one.
House Bill number 4850, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Lopez, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4851, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Atimonan, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4852, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Gumaca, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4853, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Barobo, province of Surigao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4854, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Tagkawayan, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4855, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Quezon, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4856, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Hinatuan, province of Surigao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4857, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Perez, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4858, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Calawag, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4859, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Plaridel, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4860, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Ginayangan, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4861, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Alabat, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4862, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the city of Ligao, province of Albay, and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, printed copies of the measure were distributed last May 23, thereby complying with the 3-day rule. I therefore move to vote on third and final reading, House Bill 4848.
Is
To
there
a
any,
roll call vote.
yes, is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Secretary, let us conduct the roll call vote.
Roll call vote of members. The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon,
Isa-isa.
Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
21 affirmative votes, no negative vote. House Bill number 4848 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to vote on third and final reading House Bill 4850.
Through a roll call vote, any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Secretary, roll call vote.
Roll call vote of members. The Honorable Senator Sangara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
21 affirmative votes, no negative vote. House Bill number 4850 is approved on third reading.
I move to vote on third and final reading House Bill 4851 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
The Honorable Senator Sangara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, House Bill number 4851 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to vote on third and final reading House Bill 4852 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
The Honorable Senator Sangara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Zuberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, House Bill number 4852 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to vote on third and final reading House Bill 4853 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senator Sangara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villar, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, House Bill number 4853 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to vote on third and final reading House Bill 4854 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senator Sangara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, House Bill number 4854 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to vote on third and final reading House Bill 4855 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senator Sangara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, House Bill number 4855 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to vote on third and final reading House Bill 4856 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senator Sangara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, House Bill number 4856 is approved on third reading.
Mr. Mr. President, I move to vote on third and final reading, House Bill 4857, through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, House Bill number 4857 is approved on third reading.
Move to vote on third and final reading, House Bill 4858, through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, House Bill number 4858 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to vote on third and final reading, House Bill 4859, through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative vote, House Bill number 4859 is approved on third reading.
Move to vote on third and final reading, House Bill 4860, through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, House Bill number 4860 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to vote on third and final reading, House Bill 4861, through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, House Bill number 4861 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to vote on third and final reading, House Bill 4862, through a roll call vote.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, House Bill number 4862 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to consider for third reading Senate Bill 812 under Committee Report Number 5.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Maybe ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Secretary, please read the title.
An act institutionalizing the grant of a teaching supplies allowance for public school teachers and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, printed copies of the measure were distributed last May 24, 2017, thereby complying with the 3-day rule. I therefore move to vote on third and final reading Senate Bill 812 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative vote, Senate Bill number 812 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to consider for third reading Senate Bill 1449 under Committee Report 62.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Maybe ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act extending the validity period of driver's licenses, amending for that purpose Section 23 of Republic Act Number 4136 as amended by Batas Pambansa Bilang 398 and Executive Order Number 1011, otherwise known as the Land Transportation and Traffic Code.
Mr. President, printed copies of the measure were distributed last May 24. Thereby complying with the three-day rule, I therefore move to vote on third and final reading, Senate Bill 1449 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligada, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
21 affirmative votes, no negative votes. Senate Bill number 1449 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to consider third reading Senate Bill 1454 under Committee Report number 79.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
We request Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act removing the restrictions in the registration of land titles under sections 118, 119, and 121, and other restrictions against encumbrance or alienation on free patents issued under section 44 of Commonwealth Act number 141 or the Public Land Act as amended.
Mr. President, printed copies of the measure were distributed last May 25, thereby complying with the three-day rule. I therefore move to vote on third and final reading, Senate Bill 1454 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, Lima, Dulon, Ercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Hontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, Senate Bill number 1454 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to consider for third reading Senate Bill 1281 under Committee Report number 23.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
May we request Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act instituting the Farmers and Fisherfolk Enterprise Development Program of the Department of Agriculture and for other purposes.
Mr. President, printed copies of the measure were distributed last May 25, thereby complying with the three-day rule. I therefore move to vote on third and final reading, Senate Bill 1281 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Digada, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, Senate Bill number 1281 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to consider for third reading Senate Bill 1431 under Committee Report number 59.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
May we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act instituting a Philippine labor force competencies and competitiveness program, establishing free access to technical and vocational training programs, and for other purposes.
The printed copies, Mr. President, of the measure was distributed last May 25, thereby complying with the three-day rule. I therefore move to vote on third and final reading, Senate Bill 1431 through a roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligada, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, Senate Bill number 1431 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the permission of the Chamber, I will jump 2 points in the agenda. I will, for the information of the body, we are in receipt of the copy of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions on Senate Bill 14 and House Bill 5513. This is the act adjusting the amounts of value of property and damage on which a penalty is based and the fines imposed under the revised penal code, amending for the purpose Republic Act 3815, otherwise known as the revised penal code. No, not the Republic Act, I'm sorry. The purpose, Act Number 3815, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code as amended. So with the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairman of the Senate panel, Senator Franklin Drilon, to give us the highlights of the BICAM report.
Senator Drilon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We submit to the Chamber the joint explanation of the bicameral conference committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 14 and House Bill number 5513. Mr. President, the bicameral conference committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 14 and House Bill 5513, after having met and having fully discussed the said provisions, hereby report to the respective houses the following: that, number one, the conference agreed to use the Senate version as the working draft. Number two, sections 1 and 2 of the working draft were adopted as sections 1 and 2 of the reconciled version. 3, section 3 of the working draft was deleted. 4, section 4 to 40 of the working draft were adopted as sections 3 to 39 of the reconciled version. Number 5, section 42 of the House version was adopted by section 40 of the reconciled version. Number 6, section 42 to 74 of the working draft were adopted as sections 41 to 73 of the reconciled version. Number 7, section 76 of the House version was adopted as section 74 of the reconciled version. Number 8, section 76 to 81 of the working draft were adopted as sections 75 to 80 of the reconciled version. Number 9, section 83 of the House version was adopted as section 81 of the reconciled version. Number 10, section 83 to 85 of the working draft were adopted as sections 82 to 84 of the reconciled version. Number 11, section 87 of the House version was adopted as section 85 of the reconciled version. Number 12, the first two paragraphs of section 87 of the working draft were adopted as sections 86 of the reconciled version. The rest of the provisions on arson were deleted. Number 13, sections 88 to 102 of the working draft were adopted as section 87 to 101 of the reconciled version. Number 14, section 103 of the working draft was deleted. Number 15, section 104 of the working draft was adopted as section 102 of the reconciled version. Number 16, the titles of both versions were merged and amended to read as follows: an act adjusting the amounts or value of the property and damage on which a penalty is based and the fines imposed under the revised penal code, amending for the purpose Act number 3815, otherwise known as the revised penal code as amended. In case of a conflict between the statements, amendments stated in this joint explanation and that of the provisions of the consolidated bill in the accompanying conference committee report, the provisions of the latter shall prevail. I move, Mr. President, that the Chamber adopts the joint explanation of the bicameral conference committee on the disagreeing provision of Senate Bill number 14 and House Bill 5513.
Majority Leader,
Mr. President,
may
nag-move ka ba to, Doc?
motion, sir.
We concur. We move to adopt and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 14 and House Bill 5513, and the text of the joint explanations be inserted into the records of the chamber.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the copy of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1304 and House Bill 5633. This is the act promoting universal access to quality tertiary education by providing for free tuition and other school fees in state universities and colleges, local universities, and college and state-run technical vocational institutions, establishing the tertiary education subsidy and student loan program, strengthening the unified student financial assistance system for tertiary education, and appropriating funds therefore. So with the permission of the Chamber, I move to recognize the chairman of the committee of the Senate panel, Senator Chis Escudero, to give us the highlights of the BICAM report.
Senator Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished Majority Floor Leader. Mr. President, to abbreviate the proceedings, may I ask, subject of your remarks to be made by this representation, that the joint explanation of the Conference Committee and the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1304 and House Bill number 5633 be inserted into the records. I so move, Mr. President. Insert ko lang.
Majority Leader, do we proceed?
We have no objection to the insertion of the joint explanation, Mr.
Into
President.
the records. Okay, so any objection from the body? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. By way of a summary of what was agreed upon in the Bicameral Conference Committee report, Mr. President, your panel agreed with the House panel to establish to pass upon the bill, rather, providing for universal access to quality tertiary education by doing the following. Number one, we provided that all state universities and colleges and all local universities and colleges accredited and recognized by CHED. Insofar as the students enrolled in these institutions are concerned, they will no longer pay tuition and other fees, to include miscellaneous fees, Mr. President, Your Honor. Likewise, we covered in the free tuition and other fees state-owned and local government unit-owned technical vocational institutions approved and recognized by the TESDA. Further, Mr. President, Your Honor, we established a tertiary education subsidy which basically provides for a grant that can be given to any Filipino student studying in any SUC, any LUC, any private higher education institution, any public or state-owned as well as private TVIs or TechVoc institutions to apply for a grant insofar as either tuition, other fees, other educational expenses, or board and lodging is concerned for a student to complete his or her tertiary education. Further, Mr. President, and finally, we also established a student loan fund to be administered by the UniFast Board, whereby each Filipino student, again, enrolled in a private HEI, in an SUC, in an LUC, and all types of TVIs can apply for a loan in order to pay for any and all other expenses that might not have been covered by the free tuition in SUCs and LUCs and by the grant that can be given through the tertiary education subsidy. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, we also strengthened the UniFast Board, adding some members to it, providing more representation to the association or organization of state colleges as well as private tertiary institutions, and also provided the UniFast Board the power to set up their own organizational structure in order to implement the tertiary education subsidy and the student loan program. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, we decided not to include any specific appropriation or amount insofar as the appropriation clause is concerned, lest this be a sore thumb with respect to the President acceding to this bill. In any case, Congress will be passing upon the budget for the succeeding year, and we have every intentions of funding or providing for the amounts necessary to fund and carry out this bill from within the existing budget that we have insofar as scholarships and grants are concerned, either under the CHED or the TESDA. With this, Mr. President, may I ask our colleagues to support me in asking for the ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1304 and 5633. So move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Bamakino before we act on the motion?
Senator Aquino is recognized.
And then Senator Legarda, Mr. President.
Mr. President, as you know, this is a Senate initiative that we pushed at the start of the 17th Congress. We agreed that this would be our priority for this Congress. Later on, during the budget deliberation, Senators Legarda and Lacson and Senator Recto, a few others, moved to already include in the budget an initial 8.3 billion pesos, which will be implemented by CHED for the first semester. The idea for this bill is that this should cover the second semester of school year 2017 to 2018. Now, Mr. President, I'm aware that we are set to tackle a number of matters which might further divide the House, but let me just reiterate that this bill was one where we were all united in pushing for this major reform for our countrymen. Isa po itong panukala, isa pong reforma kung saan lahat po tayo nagkaisa, lahat po tayo tinulak ito ng sabay-sabay at isa po itong panukala na buong-buo nating sinuportahan dito po sa Senado and thankfully sa Kongreso and hopefully when the President signs this into law, we will find this major reform truly able to change lives and create the change that we want to see with our countrymen. Isa po itong regalo sa ating mga kabataan, sa kanilang mga pamilya, and I thank my colleagues, especially Senator Escudero, who took over the reins of the Committee on Education. Senators Recto and Gatchalian and myself and Senator Escudero were part of the BICAM, who I think in the end came up with an even better version once we consolidated the wishes of the House of Representatives. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, let me just again thank all of our colleagues and hope that come GAA, come budget time, we will find the necessary budget to enact this and implement this for our people. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Who is next, Majority Leader?
Senator Legarda, Mr.
Senator
President.
Legarda is recognized.
I wanted to congratulate and support the measure, Mr. President, Senator Aquino and Senator Escudero for expediting the this into law with the bicameral conference committee. And we all know that the 8.3 billion is already provided for in the 2017 budget, although the 8.3 billion, 300 million of which will go to medical institutions of higher learning, and the 8 billion only for the tuition of state universities and colleges. I am informed by the two gentlemen, the sponsors, that this would be more than 50 billion, which would include not only tuition, but miscellaneous expenses as well, and could also include higher education private institutions where they could seek the assistance of the Commission on Higher Education for funding. And that really elates me, and to the best of my ability as chairman of your Committee on Finance, we'll find the budget for its speedy implementation this year, not next year, if a supplemental budget is needed to be able to fund the 58 billion needed for the miscellaneous expenses to be included. Mr. President, your chair would be willing to work extra. So I would like to congratulate Senator Bam Aquino, who started this, and many, half of the chamber, who are authors of this measure, and Senator Escudero, who took over the chairmanship of the Education Committee. This is our gift to the Filipino people, especially during these troubled times in our country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just a manifestation. For the record, both panels agreed that given the ordinary course of events, this bill would be effective come August and would therefore apply to the second semester of the current school year. Now, either by a supplemental budget to be passed by Congress this year, or for the same to be included in the budget of 2018 by way of an accounts payable for the XUCs and LUCs covered by this act, we would be funding it. But as long as the understanding is it will already apply and be implemented in the second semester of the current school year. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. May I move for the previous?
No, Mr. President, may we recognize the Minority Leader for a
The
clarification?
Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to associate myself with Senators Escudero, Aquino, and Legarda for praising our colleagues and giving credit to their effort to put in place this landmark legislation. Indeed, it is something that we need, especially for our youth sector and our education sector. I am bothered, however, Mr. President, by the lack of appropriation. All right. This year, we recall that we realigned 8.3 billion in the 2017 General Appropriations Act. Senator Ligarda has manifested that if necessary, a supplemental budget can be enacted as this bill will become effective the second semester of this current school year. Of course, the problem or the requisite under the Constitution is that there must be a certification from the National Treasurer of the availability of the funds, which I hear will amount to about 50 billion pesos. For the next budget, which is the 2018 budget, I understand we need another 58 or so billion, rounding it off. The question that I have in mind, Mr. President, number one, if a supplemental budget cannot be enacted, notwithstanding our full support, because the National Treasury will not issue a certification, or if the general appropriations or the President's budget in 2018 will not include a budget for this program, what will happen, Mr. President?
May I be allowed to respond, Mr. President, Your Honor?
Go ahead, sir.
I share the concerns of our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Drilon. However, it was discussed and agreed in the panel not to so write the amounts, because our concern, Mr. President, is this might be a ground for the issuance of a presidential veto, and we will just return to the not-so-good IRR issued by both the DBM and SHED on how the 8.3 billion that we passed would be implemented for this school year. But we have approximately 800 billion worth of unfunded mandates, most of which we placed an amount anyway, because at the end of the day, earmarks will be passed upon by Congress anyway, every year that we discuss and pass the budget. But just to place on the record how not far away we are, the current amounts of money we're spending for education, scholarship, grants, and tuition, both under TESDA and SHED, would amount to a little over 30 billion, not including yet the 8.3 billion that we have inserted in the budget for the current year. So you're looking at approximately 38 billion, and the difference we have to look for in the 2018 budget, if at all, would be in the area of 20 billion pesos. With the amount of underspending and low absorptive capacity of the previous and of this government, Mr. President, I think between and amongst ourselves, especially with both the majority and the minority in full agreement with the intention of this bill, we can source the funds either from the savings of the current year or the proposed budget for next year.
So just to clarify, for 2018, we need about 20 billion to fully fund this mandate? How much do we...
Well, Mr. President, it will not cover, the problem is the school year does not follow the fiscal year.
That's correct, yes.
So it will not cover anymore the first semester, because the effectivity will apply only to the second semester of this year. So you're looking at the school year covering November to March, depending on when they start, or August, which will apply for half of the year.
Yes.
So I don't know when we will apply or we will appropriate it for the current or for the next year. That is a matter for Senator Legarda, I guess, in the exercise of her wisdom, how she will appropriate and divide it accordingly within the fiscal year, given that the school year does not follow how we appropriate funds under the GA.
So for this, for the first semester, for the second semester of the school year 2017 and 2018, we can look at the present.
Mr. President, if we pass a supplemental budget, it can cover it. If not, it will be an accounts payable for the previous year, which will be included in the budget of 2018 on top of what we should be appropriating for school year 2018-2019.
Okay. All right, so we just have to look at this again insofar as funding is concerned, and of course, we can always realign portions of the 2018. Get it from, according to Senator Lacson, we get it from ARM again, where the 8.3 billion was sourced from in the first place. But I think the amounts we're talking of is much more than that at this point.
Mr. President, the bill actually proposes a paradigm shift where SUCs directly through Congress, LUCs through the CHED, and TVIs through TESDA will be presenting to us how many potential enrollees they will have in the coming year and ask us for the budget to pay for the tuition of these students. So it will have to be passed upon by Congress. Kumbaga po sa simpleng salita, ang lahat ng SUCs, ang lahat ng LUC at state-owned TVIs, parang magiging DepEd po yan. Parang elementary school at high school. Napupunta po sila dito para hingan tayo ng budget on top of their own locally generated income. Bibigyan po natin sila ng subsidy, not only for their expenses, but also for the tuition fee that should have been paid by the students enrolled in their institutions.
Yeah, just one final point. I know this should have been asked earlier before we passed the measure, but this bill will not cover those enrolled in locally funded schools, those which are established by LGUs, which we know exist all over the country, or are they also included?
It will be included. It is included, Mr. President, Your Honor, for as long as they are accredited and recognized by CHED, because not all local colleges and universities are so accredited
And
and are recognized by CHED because their funding comes from the local government unit.
And what happens to the students in those non-recognized institutions of learning funded by the LGUs?
Mr. President, Your Honor, they will not be covered by this act because while we want free tertiary education and equal access to every Filipino student, we also want to maintain quality insofar as the education being offered to them is concerned.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, the previous question was the adoption and the ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1304 and House Bill 5633. We have no objections.
Any objection to the pending motion? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you. Mr. President, I am informed that before we could proceed with the rest of the agenda, we need to incorporate the second additional reference of business, which includes the proclamation of the President. So I move to suspend the session until the additional reference is ready.
Majority Leader, I've been informed they're ready.
Ready. So I move for the additional reference of business, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Secretary.
Second additional reference of business, message of the President of the Philippines. Letter of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, dated 25 May 2017, submitting to the Senate the report relative to Proclamation Number 216, dated 23 May 2017, entitled Declaring a State of Martial Law and Suspending the Privilege of the Writ of Habeas Corpus in the whole of Mindanao, pursuant to Section 18, Article 7 of the 1987 Constitution.
Mr. President,
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
An objection, hearing none, session is suspended.
May mga troll post na naman. Very interesting yung ano. Very
Session is resumed.
Thank you. Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for the consideration of PS Resolution 388.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
May we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Resolution expressing dissent of the Senate, supporting proclamation number 216 dated May 23, 2017, entitled Declaring a State of Martial Law and Suspending the Privilege of the Writ of Habeas Corpus and the whole of Mindanao, and finding no cause to revoke the same.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Mig Subiri.
Senator Subiri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, since I gave a privileged speech last week, I'll just take excerpts of my speech and read it into the records as my sponsorship measure. Mr. President, last week, the whole nation was shocked to see on our TV screens the incident of terrorism and rebellion in the heartland of Mindanao in Marawi City, where, as we speak, lives are still being lost and innocent people are taken against their will. As a senator from Mindanao, I'm appalled and indignant with the brazen manner that this Maute group, this group of terrorists, have occupied certain buildings and installations in the city, burned some buildings, and terrorized not only the people of Marawi, but even the adjoining provinces and cities. Yesterday, we had a briefing by the Secretary of National Defense and the NSA, National Security Advisor, both Secretaries Lorenzana and Secretary June Esperon. And yesterday, they showed us a grim picture of what these terrorists want to happen to us in Mindanao by setting up a wilayat or a caliphate, joining Indonesia, Malaysia, and Mindanao as one in the delivery of these areas for the Daesh or the ISIS. It showed us that almost all terrorist groups now have united as one to fight for this, for the Daesh or the ISIS to set up this caliphate. And therefore, Mr. President, enough is enough. This group has just pushed back the gains we have achieved in the aspect of the peace process with the secessionist groups and for the economic development of Mindanao. We have taken great strides to bring development in Mindanao and pursue inclusive growth for our people, and this incident has brought us a step backward. I believe we should rally behind the President, Mr. President. This is a time for unity and courage. We should rally behind our troops like how we rallied for them during the SAF 44 Mama Sapono incident. We should show our people and the whole world that the Philippines is no place for terrorists. We have to use all constitutional means to suppress lawlessness and, once and for all, eradicate terrorism from our land without disregarding the paramount safety of the civilian population. We should fully support the AFP and PNP in fighting and neutralizing these terrorists and place them before the bar of law. These terrorists should fully account for the man-made disaster they are creating and the miseries they are causing the people of Marawi City and the rest of Mindanao. As a senator from Mindanao, I fully understand the President's frustration in dealing with the armed groups across all regions. We should take this as a chance to finally disarm them and deal with their sympathizers from some LGUs coddling these terrorists. With the declaration of martial law in Mindanao, it is hoped that any threat to national security and public safety will be neutralized. If we don't eliminate these terrorists, we shall lose the gains, Mr. President, that we have achieved for inclusiveness and religious tolerance that we have been working for so many years, together with the Senate President Pimentel, and Senator Manny Pacquiao, who've been pushing for this for many years. I hope one day, Mr. President, we can have a multiracial, multi-faith society, such as Singapore and Malaysia. These societies have prospered out of the productive economic, political, and social and peaceful coexistence of Muslims with people of other religions. Sabah, for example, has a Christian governor, leading a Muslim-dominated state. Singapore, the busiest trading and financial center in Southeast Asia, is very multiracial, multi-faith society. Remarkably, both these societies flourish under a strong rule of law. The law is applied equally across all faiths. I believe, Mr. President, that Islam is a faith of peace. I have many Muslim friends, not only friends, but staff. Half of my staff are my Muslim brothers and sisters, who I consider sisters and brothers living in these areas. They don't share the extremist ideology of these terrorists. We know that a vast majority of Muslims do not like what is happening in Marawi right now. They also do not want the contagion to spread to other city centers like Iligan and Cagayan de Oro City, Davao or Zamboanga City. As a Mindanaoan, I know majority of our Muslim brothers and sisters want to achieve peace in their lifetime. So do we, Mr. President, their Christian neighbors. They don't want, and we don't want, our children and grandchildren to cower in fear of terrorists as what is happening rather now in Marawi and what has happened in Ipil and Zamboanga City. From these sieges, we should have learned our lesson. I would like to also highlight the number of our Muslim brothers and sisters who helped save so many of our Christian brothers in this conflict. Today, the story that really lifted my spirit up was from the owners of these 2 stores in Marawi, whose staff were Christians. And when they were asked by the ISIS to open the gates because they wanted to get these Christian workers of theirs, ang sabi po ng 2 babae na may-ari ng mga store na yan, patayin niyo muna kami bago niyo kunin ang aming mga kapatid na Christian. We have to highlight this, Mr. President, to show that we should live together as one. We believe in each other. Mr. President, let us finish this menace once and for all. Thus, this representation stands behind the President, our Commander-in-Chief, in his declaration of martial law for Mindanao. May God bless the people of Mindanao, and may God bless the Philippines. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Senator Ontiveros wishes to be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and Majority Leader. Would the good sponsor yield to some questions?
Yes, I would be honored, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Article 7, Section 18 of the 1987 Constitution reads that the Congress, voting jointly, by a vote of at least a majority of all its members in regular or special session, may revoke such proclamation or suspension, which revocation shall not be set aside by the President. Is it the position of the good sponsor, Mr. President, that this resolution would validly substitute the requirement of a joint session?
Mr. President, to the distinguished colleague, I am not a lawyer, but in my layman's understanding of Section 18, and I've read it countless of times, baliktarin mo pa kung ano-ano pang anggulo, napakasimple nakalagay dito. The President shall be the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and whenever it becomes necessary, he may call out such armed forces to prevent or suppress lawless violence, invasion or rebellion, invasion or rebellion, period. In case of invasion or rebellion, when public safety requires it, he may, for a period not exceeding 60 days, suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus or place the Philippines or any part thereof under martial law. Mr. President, it goes on by saying, within 48 hours from the proclamation of martial law or the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, the President shall submit a report in person or in writing to Congress. The Congress, voting jointly by a vote of at least a majority of all its members in regular or special session, may revoke such proclamation or suspension, which revocation shall not be set aside by the President. Mr. President, I have with me the minutes of the Constitutional Commission that was convened for the 1987 declaration. No other than Commissioner Christian Monsod was the author of the amendment to remove the affirmation needed for the 60-day ruling. It's right here with me, Mr. President. I have it right here, and I quote, I believe that at least for the first 60 days, which is a time fuse for it automatically expires at the end of 60 days, we should at least give the President the flexibility to act in cases of invasion or rebellion. So, Mr. President, and it was carried, that amendment was carried. In the debates of the 1987 Constitutional Commission, it was revealed that it was the intent of the body to adopt a non-interference policy of the presidential prerogative of declaring martial law for a period of 60 days. The joint session is required only if Congress deems it necessary to revoke or extend martial law, but not for concurrence. This is the essence of the Monsod Amendment, adopted by the 1987 Constitutional Commission and as reflected by the current wording of Section 18, Article 7 of the Constitution. So, Mr. President, my understanding of that, we don't need concurrence. Mr. President, only for revocation. That is my understanding. I'm only one of 24 senators.
With the permission
Thank
of
you.
the gentleman and the lady, Senator Escudero wants to be recognized.
Mr. President,
Senator
as one
Escudero.
of the authors of the proposed amendment to the resolution, if I may answer the distinguished lady directly, the resolution does not even make mention of whether or not we should convene. It simply expresses the sense of the Senate insofar as its revocation or non-revocation is concerned. As I understand, we will be taking up another resolution filed by Senators Drilon, Aquino, Pangilinan, Trillanes, and Ontiveros, which will deal squarely on that particular issue on whether or not we should convene for whatever reason or purpose. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of information.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the good gentleman from Sorsogon for the point of information. Nonetheless, I rose to interpellate the sponsorship of the good sponsor of Senate Resolution 388. So, in response to the response of the good gentleman from Bukidnon, we also had occasion to refer to the record of the Constitutional Commission in order to ascertain the intent of the framers in Section 18, Article 7, in the debate as to whether a majority concurrence or a two-third concurrence is required. So please note the use of the word concurrence, not just revocation. It was stated that, quote, this creates a very dangerous situation in the country, and the enemies of the state may try to prevent members of the Congress from attending a session just to prevent a two-thirds concurrence in the declaration of martial law. So it was also contemplated not only to revoke but also to concur. I continue, that is the reason that this section requires only a majority concurrence. Records of the Constitutional Commission, pages 386 to 387. Clearly, Mr. President, if it was anticipated that there might be a risk of enemies of the state preventing members from attending Congress, what is contemplated is a physical session, not just a mere exchange of resolutions. The Monsod Amendment says that concurrence is not required to trigger martial law, but joint session is still required at a reasonable time. And if I would be allowed to refresh the memory of the good gentleman from Bukidnon, in 2009, in the discussions in our Senate on this very question, the good gentleman from Bukidnon said, and I quote, ito po, joint session, ay isang constitutional duty natin. Hindi po natin pwedeng hindi bigyan ng pansin itong joint session na ito dahil it will become bad precedents. Think about the future administration. I am sure the good gentleman from Bukidnon will recall his prophetic statement on the floor at that time, Mr. President. And so I return to my question, which it seems from the records of the CONCOM deliberations remains relevant, does the Senate Resolution 388 mean that no joint session will be called, whether before or after the end of session, Mr. President?
Yeah. Because at that time, Mr. President, may I be allowed to answer? At that time, I was for revocation for that martial law declaration. I erred in my decision at that time. People make mistakes. If we run after these people with the full force of the law, maybe this would not have been this grave today. And now, I have seen the light. We've seen the briefing yesterday, we've heard the briefing yesterday. This is the first time that a key Filipino city has been taken over by the terrorists. Until now, they have not cleared it fully. Let's reverse the situation, Mr. President. Marami tayo na nakikinig dito na yan. Kung nangyari yan sa City of Manila and there were 100 sleeper cells, members of sleeper cells, taking over the City Hall of Manila, and the fighting hasn't ended for 1 week, do you think we'll be debating about this now? About revocation or not? You think the Filipino people, lalo na sa NCR, they will be appalled, indignant of what has happened. Again, I will tell the good lady, I erred in my decision before. Because now I realize the gravity of the situation. This is happening in my homeland of Mindanao, our homeland of Mindanao, Senate President. As I mentioned yesterday, not too long ago, the bombing in Cagayan de Oro, which killed over 20 people, or just a little under 20 people. A good friend of mine passed away there. Board member Lagbas, who's may kinakapatid. We feel it every day. We feel this every day. So you have to know, you have to understand the passion of this representation. That enough is enough. And we feel that this president, who's from Mindanao, understands the situation on the ground, and that we should give him the leeway to do his mandate to protect the people of Mindanao.
Mr. President,
That's my position.
I understand and respect the passion of the gentleman from Bukidnon, but though his opinion may have changed, the Constitution has not. So do I take it that the answer to my first question is that this resolution would validly substitute the requirement of a joint session, that no joint session will be called whether before or after the end of session?
Mr. President, if I may be allowed, because there are several authors of the resolution, all
Yes.
distinguished members of the bar.
Yes.
And I think they may be allowed to answer
Yes.
also as sponsors of the resolution.
If there is no objection from those who have the floor, then I will recognize Senator Escudero.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Escudero,
Mr. President, earlier I raised a point of information that was not objected to by the sponsor, that this matter pertains to whether or not the sense of the Senate would be in favor of revocation or non-revocation. As I said earlier, the matters being raised by the distinguished lady pertains to whether or not we will convene, and we will go to that. And quite frankly, I am eagerly awaiting the arguments that will be raised because we have our individual positions on whether or not we should convene the joint session. And as I said, if I may reiterate, without the objection or violent protestations of Senator Zubiri, that this resolution will not in any way impinge or affect our decision with respect to the resolution filed by the distinguished lady and her colleagues in the minority with respect to whether or not we should convene. Because at that time, perhaps, it would be the lady or our minority leader answering questions pertaining to whether or not we would convene. Just to abbreviate and organize our discussions, Mr. President, so that we can dispose of this resolution insofar as whether or not we want to revoke it without affecting our constitutional duty to convene or not to convene, and then take that up when we take up the resolution filed mostly by members of the minority. Thank you, Mr. President. I hope, and I would like to thank the distinguished lady and the gentleman also from Bukidnon for sharing me the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Please proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, to the good gentleman from Sorsogon, I share in his wish to reasonably abbreviate and make more organized this interpellation. And if the good gentleman from Bukidnon would allow, I just have about 5 more very direct questions.
Sure, no problem,
Thank
Mr.
you very
President, no
much,
problem,
Mr.
Mr.
President, and to the good gentleman. So I'm proceeding from, based on the substantive responses, I take it to mean that the good sponsor is accepting that, or is answering in the affirmative that it is his opinion that this resolution substitutes the requirement of a joint session.
No, Mr. President, we're
No.
still going to discuss that. As a
All
matter
right,
of
Mr.
fact,
President, then.
we're going to debate on that still.
Thank
your
you,
resolution.
Mr. President.
What's the pleasure of Senator Gordon?
Mr. President, just as a point of clarification and information,
Go ahead, sir.
the Constitution provides that in matters of revocation, it says clearly, voting jointly by a vote of at least a majority. When the Constitution desires that there be a joint session, it clearly specifies in several provisions of the Constitution, particularly Article 6, Section 23, and these are the only instances when the Constitution requires joint session. It specifically says joint session, not voting jointly, but joint session. Article 6, Section 23, the Congress, by a vote of 2/3 of both houses in joint session, assembled, voting separately, shall have the sole power to declare the existence of war. And then in another article, Article 7, Section 4, in the matter of canvassing of elections, upon receipt of the certificates of canvass, the President of the Senate shall not later than 30 days after the day of the election open all the certificates in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives in joint public session. So when the Constitution wants us to vote joint session, it has specifically provided in its 2 provisions in the Constitution the phrase joint session. In the section at hand, Mr. President, it only speaks of the Congress voting jointly. In other words, they can vote jointly, the House, the Senate, but for purposes of counting, that is voting jointly. But voting in joint session, the Constitution has clearly made its position, made its decision, made its proposal in the Constitutional Commission's undertaking. So, Mr. President, I submit that it is very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the good gentleman from Zambales. In the same spirit that I appealed earlier to the good gentleman from Bukidnon by recalling his, as I said, prophetic words in 2009, I continue as part of the minority and in anticipation of our deliberations on our resolution to appeal to the gentleman from Zambales by also quoting his words in 2009. At that time, the good gentleman from Zambales said, quote, "To my mind, Mr. President, if I may be so bold, we are a co-equal branch of government, and the Constitution provides that we must review. And therefore, it behooves the executive that she sends the highest officials involved in the declaration of martial law. Lumalabas po rito, sa hindi nila pagdalo dito, lumalabas po na tila binabaliwala ang kahalagahan ng Kongreso, ng House at Senate sa isang napakahalagang bagay." So I will abbreviate, as the good gentleman from Sorsogon has advised, I will abbreviate my interpellation and reserve what would have been questions for the Senate Resolution 388 for our defense of Senate Resolution 390, saying only in closing, Mr. President, that we should not be afraid of a joint session. In 1973, the Senate was padlocked under martial law, and one of the senators who resisted that was a woman in whose honor we suspended the session yesterday on the death of the late Senator Eva Estrada Calao. Wag naman sana po na wag namang tayo mismo ang magpadlak sa sarili nating Senado sa hindi pag-joint session tungkol sa batas militar. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Maraming salamat sa mga kasama sa Senado.
Mr. President, may
Go
I?
ahead, sir. Yes, Senator Gordon.
I'm sure my words are very clear. When we talked about that last time, we did what we did yesterday. Hindi tayo babaliwalain ng Pangulo. Kaya natin tinawag yung mga representante ng Pangulo para ipaliwanag sa atin yung tinatawag na factual basis for martial law. Hindi natin pinag-usapan yung joint session niyan. Ang pinag-usapan dyan, itawagin para maintindihan natin. Pero malinaw po sa ating saligang batas na dalawang pagkakataon lang na sinasabi ng Constitution mismo ng saligang batas, joint session. In other words, when the Constitution wants joint session, sinusulat niya joint session. Dito, sinasabi lang, may revoke. May pa, may. Hindi kailangan. So in other words, pag nakita natin na ang bawat kamara ng ating bansa ay hindi na kailangan tawagin ang isa't isa dahil made up na mind para mabilis sapagkat ito ay martial law, mabilis dapat pag-usapan, at narinig naman natin, we did all the extraordinary diligence, tinawag natin sila rito, hindi naman tayo mga tao-tauhan. Narinig nyo naman sinabi ko kahapon rin na pagka kayo ay magre-revolutionary government, tutol kaming lahat dito sa Senado. Hindi ko na dapat sana sabihin yan, pero gusto ko lang malaman natin. Yung sinabi ko noong panahon na yon is para tawagin ang mga representante ng Pangulo para magpaliwanag. Hindi pinag-uusapan yung joint session doon. Dito ang pinag-uusapan ninyo, dinadala niyong usapin doon sa joint session. Eh malino naman, hindi naman joint session ang hinihingi. Hindi sinasabing voting jointly, sinasabi lang may revoke. Sinasabi lang jointly. So ibig sabihin, pwede tayo mag-meet separately dahil kung made up na mind ng isang kongreso, isang kamara, hindi na kailangan magkita pa. Papaabot na lang na ito ang naging desisyon natin, papaabot sa kabila, papaabot nila. Kaya kung ang gusto nila mag-joint session, sasabihin nila, mag-joint tayo, hamon natin, pwedeng questionin niya sa Korte Suprema, hindi kailangan ng joint session. Sapagat kung talagang bibilangin talaga yung boto, pwede siguro bilangin na talo tayo dahil mas malaking kamara sila eh. So yun lang ang pinag-uusapan, yung bilangan. Hindi pinag-uusapan yung joint session. Bilangan lang ang pinag-uusapan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
May I just comment on the statement of the good gentleman from Zambales? Later, our sponsor of our minority resolution will explain why we firmly believe we must have a joint session. May I just make one more point at this point, Mr. President, that a key distinction between a briefing, yung ginanap po natin kahapon hanggang kagabi, key distinction between a briefing and a joint session is that in a joint session, officials from the executive and the AFP are put under oath. While all of us, have full faith and confidence in the report given to us yesterday, precisely, Mr. President, because of its weight and import, it would be better that these testimonies are put under oath. If during investigative inquiries, resource persons are made to swear under oath, what more during an inquiry to determine the factual basis of martial law? Another reason po why it is also better for the testimonies to be under oath, since in the event that a petition to question the factual basis of martial law is raised before the Supreme Court na may kasamang nagbanggit na kanina, the statements will then carry greater probative value. Thank you, Mr. President. Salamat po sa good
President, all due
gentleman.
respect, and the gentle lady has wise words indeed, if that was required. And precisely, when you have a joint session, Mr. President, hindi na po pwedeng pumasok yung mga tao ng mga militar doon sa joint session. Yung kamera ay umaandar na. At pinag-uusapan na yung natutuhan nila o yung nalaman nila basehan sa kanilang research kung ano magiging desisyon nila. Yung kahapon, narinig natin, inimbita natin sila kung anong factual basis. And on that basis, some of us, most of us, decided on its own. One went the other way, the other group went the other way. And therefore, pag binilang mo yan jointly, malalaman natin kung talagang may decision jointly ang ating kamara, ang dalawang kamara. So, Mr. President, I would just like to say na
the law does not distinguish, does not distinguish. Malino naman ho ito eh. Sinasabing joint session pagka kailangan talagang gamitin yung two-thirds vote, kailangan gamitin yung lugar na yon, pero dito, joint lang. Kaya nga, pwede hong sabihin, hindi na kailangan, ina-affirm na lang. Gusto ko rin mag-joint session. Bakit ito? Kung talagang tutusin yan, pero sa tingin ko, naglalaban-laban doon sa lugar natin. Namamatayan tayo ng sundalo, namamatayan tayo ng kapatid na Muslim. Tinututukan yung mga tao natin, dapat hanggat sa lalo madaling panahon, ang sense ng Kongreso malaman. And palagi ko, yun lang naman ang gusto ko para malaman na yung sense ng Kongreso na talagang we are rallying around the flag, not necessarily against with the President, but to the flag, to preserve the unity of this country, to preserve the stability of this country, so that peace will triumph, and we will become brothers, just like that headline in the Inquirer said kaninang umaga, and if I may ask my colleague here, nakalagay dito, yan ang kailangan nating ipakita sa ating bansa. Hindi ito paksaing politika. Ang nakalagay dito, 2 Muslim women defend Christians. Yan ang kailangan ngayon makita ng ating bayan. And to my mind, pwede tayo magtalo-talo. Pero kailangan magdesisyon tayo rito, Mr. President. So, maraming salamat po sa ating kasama na
Can we also,
Mr. President, may I also
can we also
reply?
mention that aside from the briefing yesterday, we also received the President's written report consisting of 7 pages.
which
I think
indicates,
that's-
Mr. President, that the President is following the constitutional provision.
Yes,
Na
sir.
nare-respetuhin niya yung patakaran natin. Kaya nagpadala siya rito para mabuo ang ating desisyon kung tayo ay sasama o hindi sasama o aayon o hindi aayon. And I commend the President for that. Nagpadala siya. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
May I reply to all the statements, Mr.
Mr.
President?
Just
Since-
one brief
Okay.
to...
I will defer to the
Okay,
lady.
Thank you to
Senator
the good
Ontiveros, go
gentleman
ahead.
from Zambales. Mr. President, hindi po tama na hindi maaaring pumasok sa isang joint session ang mga AFP o kahit sino pong opisyal na imbitahin ng Kongreso sitting in joint session. Maalala po ninyo na noong 2009, may mga AFP officials na inimbita at nagsalita doon sa joint session. Ang issue noon ay bakit wala si dating Pangulong Macapagal Arroyo, pero mayroon pong AFP officials. Naalala ko po, Mr. President, dahil nandun po ako bilang miyembro ng House of Representatives. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator Sibiri, yes, sir, go ahead.
yeah, Mr. President, I can clearly recall, I was majority floor leader then, and your father was the minority leader. And I want to put this on record because I'm sure baka magka-fake news na naman, lalabas na naman to sa social media. I was schooled by Senator Risa on my position in 2009. Sigurado, kasi ganun yun eh. Labanan ng social media ito eh. So I want to put this on record. Okay? At that time, majority of the senators, I clearly recall, were for the revocation. That was the sense of the Senate to revoke. So we wanted a joint session at that time, Mr. President, to revoke the martial law declaration of Gloria Macapagal, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. But things have changed, and I've said, now it's different. We've had a briefing today, yesterday, and we saw the situation on the ground, and it has tremendously deteriorated from 2009. So that is my position. Para at least may kulatilya. 2009, ayaw namin, gusto namin na revocation. But nagkamali tayo, nagkagrabe-grabe, nagkaleche-leche na eh. Can I use that as that parliamentary language? You may erase that if you want to take it out of the records. Pero sa totoo lang, nagkagatas-gatas na ang sitwasyon. Again, you saw the videos yesterday. I don't want to say any more information because it will jeopardize military intelligence, it will jeopardize the operations being done by the military. But we saw it yesterday. We saw the videos of their planning sessions. What else do we need? What else? They wanted to come to the shores of Metro Manila. I do not want what is happening to my area of Mindanao to happen to the Visayas or to Luzon. That is my appeal as a Mindanaoan. Mr. President.
Mr. President, no one is schooling anyone. The good gentleman from Bukidnon knows how I respect him as a peer. I received the advice of the gentleman from Zambales and from Sorsogon, not feeling that either of them were schooling me. Para po sa akin, Mr. President, yung mga salitang sinabi natin noon ay nananatiling mahalaga sa habang panahon, especially when we are faced with making a decision about similar situations later in the future. So that is all I wish to say, Mr. President. No one is schooling anyone. Lahat po tayo ay ini-interpellate o sinusponsor ang ating mga resolusyon kasi gusto natin na tuparin ng Senado at ng buong Kongreso ang ating tungkulin batay sa ating pagkaunawa. With all due respect sa pagkakaiba-iba ng mga opinyon, pero nagkakaisa dun sa paghahanap kung kakayanin natin ng pagkakaisa ng posisyon sa mahalagang isyung ito. And I just would like to repeat in closing, Mr. President, na wag po tayong matatakot mag-joint session gaya ng isusponsor mamaya ng aming minority resolution at wag naman po sanang tayo mismo pa ang magpadlak ng sarili nating Senado. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Mr.
just a
President.
quick rejoinder, Mr. President. With all due respect to my colleague, I was not saying that she was going to school me or school her. I was just saying people from trolls from social media. I'm not saying that it is her. I have my highest respects for the Honorable Lady Senator. I was saying, my passion, as you can see, my passion is not directed to the minority. My passion is, and my anger is directed to the kalaban. Not them. They're my friends, as far as I'm concerned. But, Mr. President, I do not agree with her, though, on the position that I took before. Because in 2004, I voted against the removal of the death penalty. I was one of 24 that wanted to retain the death penalty. And now I am with her, against the death penalty. So there are times, Mr. President, in the politician, public servant's life, we see the light. We make enlightened judgment calls later on.
Mr.
So
President.
we can agree to disagree, but definitely on this issue, forgive me for my passion kasi kami po ang apektado. Maraming salamat.
Majority
Lahat
Leader.
po tayo apektado, Mr. President.
President.
Salamat po.
Majority
Yes.
Leader.
Well, I don't really want to do this, but I don't want to. I take exception to the phrase of Senator Ontiveros saying that huwag matatakot sa joint. Hindi ako takot. At wala sa amin dito siguro takot. Hindi yun ang pinag-uusapan. So let's not use that for other members of the Senate who do not want a joint session. But let's clarify. For my clarification, kasi paulit-ulit eh. For my clarification, Mr. President, in 2009, na paulit-ulit binabanggit na bumoto, na you wanted a joint and you did go for a joint session, the honorable gentleman from Bukidnon, you were going to revoke the declaration of martial law of Gloria Macapagal Arroyo.
That's
That's
correct,
why
Your
you
Honor.
called for a joint session.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, we move on to that period.
I recognize Senator Chiso Escudero for his
Senator
amendments.
Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the chamber, may I propose by way of an amendment by substitution to PSR number 388, the document previously distributed and read by all the members without having to read the same again. Basahin ko? Ano? The minority leader indicated that I should read it. Mabilis naman po ako magbasa. Resolution expressing the sense of the Senate not to revoke at this time Proclamation number 216, series of 2017, entitled Declaring a State of Martial Law and Suspending the Privilege of the Writ of Habeas Corpus in the Whole of Mindanao. Whereas, the 1987 Constitution, Philippine Constitution, Article 7, Section 18 provides that, in case of invasion or rebellion and the public safety requires it, he, the President, may for a period not exceeding 60 days suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus or place the Philippines or any part thereof under martial law. Close quotations. Whereas, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte issued Proclamation number 216, series of 2017, entitled Declaring a State of Martial Law and Suspending the Privilege of the Writ of Habeas Corpus in the whole of Mindanao on May 23, 2017. Whereas, pursuant to his duty under the Constitution on May 25, 2017, and within 48 hours after the issuance of the proclamation, President Duterte submitted to the Senate his report on the factual and legal basis of the proclamation. Whereas on May 29, 2017, the senators were briefed by the Department of National Defense, DND, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, AFP, and by the National Security Council, NSC, on the factual circumstances surrounding the proclamation as well as the updates on the situation in Mindanao. Whereas on the basis of information received by the senators, the Senate is convinced that President Duterte declared martial law and suspended the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus in the whole of Mindanao because actual rebellion exists and that public safety requires it. Whereas the Senate at this time agrees that there is no compelling reason to revoke Proclamation number 216, series of 2017. Whereas the proclamation does not suspend the operation of the Constitution, which among others guarantees respect for human rights and guards against any abuse or violation thereof. Now therefore be it resolved as it is hereby resolved to express the sense of the Senate that there is no compelling reason to revoke Proclamation number 216, series of 2017 at this time. I so move, Mr. President.
So the motion...
Mr. President,
Yeah. Majority Leader?
I move that we accept the individual amendment of Senator Escudero as a amendment by substitution.
Amendment by substitution. Senator Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank the good gentleman actually from Sorsogon for having brought up, I think, a very important reminder here that the proclamation does not suspend the operation of the Constitution, which among others guarantees respect for human rights and guards against any abuse or violations thereof. It could be redundant for others because it is already in our law, but I think that with the sense of the Senate, it is important to be able to stress this. And also, having added that the sense of the Senate is not to revoke at this time, considering the situation that we are confronted with at this time. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you for that manifestation. The motion is to approve the amendment by substitution. And the amendment was the one read by Senator Escudero. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to adopt PS Resolution 388.
Any objection? Senator Drilon is recognized.
We place that objection on the record and ask for a roll call vote.
So, Majority Leader, shall we proceed?
Yes, Mr. President, there is an objection. The request is for a
Roll call
nominal voting, so
Yes. So, since there is an objection, we will now proceed with the division of the House through a roll call vote. Secretary, please conduct the roll call vote. For the approval of proposed Senate Resolution number 388. Yes means approval. Go ahead.
The Honorable Senators Angara,
Senator Angara, yes.
We vote in favor of the resolution, Mr. President. I think as we found out during our caucus, many of our armed forces, marami na pong namatay. Halos 50 na po yung namatay sa labanan sa Marawi. Kaya nais natin silang suportahan sa bigyan ng lahat ng suporta na pwede sa panahon na ito. Thank you, Mr. President.
Can I request that the explanation of our vote come after the results are announced? Okay, so let's continue with the Secretary.
Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
I vote yes. I'll announce the results first. 17 affirmative votes, 5 negative votes. Senate Resolution number 388 is hereby adopted.
Can we have,
Senator Dillon?
can we be allowed to explain our vote just?
Yes, sir.
30
Go ahead. Then now is the period to explain our
Yes,
votes.
Mr. President, 5 senators belonging to the minority authored proposed Senate Resolution 390, calling for the convening of Congress in a joint session and deliberate on Proclamation 216, which declared state of martial law and suspended the writ of habeas corpus in the entire Mindanao. Senate Resolution 388 does not include such call for a joint session. It is for this reason that we regret that we cannot support the resolution. We, however, support and laud the efforts of the men and women of our armed forces to suppress lawlessness in Marawi City. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Who's next? Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the truth is, among us in the minority, we have different positions on whether or not to support the martial law declaration. However, with respect to the convening of a joint session of Congress to deliberate on the matter of the declaration of martial law, we are united. We believe, Mr. President, that a matter so grave, extraordinary powers so serious, it is necessary that a joint public session be convened, whether we are to concur or to revoke a martial law declaration. With all due respect, we've heard the arguments earlier that a convening is unnecessary. Mr. President, we believe, very basic, Mr. President, to revoke, the Constitution says, to revoke a martial law declaration, meaning to restore or remove the curtailment of the rights of our people, we have, in other words, remove the curtailment. We are not curtailing any rights, and yet we have to convene and meet and debate. But when we are curtailing, or the state is curtailing its rights of millions of people, we need not deliberate. Mr. President, I think this is not the intent of the framers of the Constitution. We believe that we have to have a joint session of Congress. We believe that a resolution that states that we are not to revoke a declaration should be, the proper venue should be in the joint session of Congress and not in the House, and not in the upper chamber, Mr. President. For the record.
Senator Aquino.
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to explain my vote. Unang-una po, Mr. President, kung di man tayo nagkakasundo sa resolution number 388, I think the Senate, coming from yesterday's briefing, is one in supporting our armed forces. We are one in supporting the actions of our armed forces and the executive to stop terrorism. Yun po, I think, doon tayo nagkakaisa. Hindi po tayo nagkakaisa doon sa mga proseso na sa tingin po ng minorya, kinakailangan po nating pagdaanan. There is actually we can understand the intention, Mr. President, na madaliin yung mga bagay-bagay, gawin na lang siyang through resolutions. But we feel, Mr. President, that now is not the time to cut or to create shortcuts or to jump certain steps with regard to martial law and its declaration. We feel, Mr. President, that whatever the outcome of a joint session, it needs to be done. Now, Mr. President, my concern really is that in the title of this resolution, it says it's a resolution expressing the sense of the Senate not to revoke. Now, the word revoke is very important, Mr. President, because it comes out in our Constitution. And my understanding is that by using the word revoke, we are referring to that article in the Constitution. And our take, Mr. President, my take is that this is not the proper venue for this expression of whether we will revoke or not. The proper expression, Mr. President, is through a joint session. Hence, our filing of Resolution 390, Mr. President. I just don't want, Mr. President, na lalabas po na itong pagtutol po namin sa resolusyong ito will then, and this is a concern that Senator Zubiri had raised, will be misunderstood as not being for the armed forces or not being for the suppression of lawless violence. Because, Mr. President, I think in that, we are all together as one Senate. And maybe, Mr. President, there is a need to be able to talk publicly about what we agree on, aside from just what we don't agree on, Mr. President. So let me put that for the record, Mr. President, that this really, for the minority and for myself, is a matter of following the proper procedure, which, of course, Mr. President, not everyone here agrees with, but I think a number of us, hopefully, will agree with when we vote on the resolution for the joint session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I explain my vote?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Constitution provides for two requirements for the declaration of martial law. Number one, there is rebellion or invasion, but in this case it is rebellion. Number two, public safety requires it. Only two requirements, two qualifications, and I voted in favor of the resolution because both are present in this situation. Now, to answer Senator Aquino earlier, it is the position of this representation, Mr. President, that while not mandatory, if there is one member of either the House or the Senate who desires to have the proclamation revoked, that is sufficient and enough for Congress to convene in joint session because there is no other way by which that motion may be resolved except in joint session. Now, if there is any benefit of this resolution, Mr. President, at least the position of the 5 members of the Senate who voted against the resolution made it formal that they are against the proclamation and that their position is for its revocation. And that will be taken into consideration when I vote on the resolution proposed primarily by Senator Drilon. But again, to reiterate, Mr. President, what we are voting on here is merely the existence of two requirements. Rebellion and public safety requires it. And clearly, with or without the briefing, with or without the President's report, actually, based on what we have been seeing, that in Marawi and in adjacent areas, I believe those two factual bases and situation exist for us to take this particular position and stand at this time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Trillanes is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me just make it clear that my negative vote for this resolution does not mean that I do not support the military operations going on right now or that I do not sympathize with the people of Marawi and the people of Mindanao. I believe all of us here are supportive and we salute the efforts of the AFP. We laud their sacrifices for the country and we want to support them as best we can. But the issue here is about the correct response or the proportionate response of the government to address this crisis, which I believe that this declaration of martial law for the whole of Mindanao is not the correct response. And in fact, we heard it during yesterday's security briefing. The AFP and the defense establishment didn't even ask for it. They didn't.
President, that is in executive session. I would
Just a reminder.
just a reminder
Well,
to the gentleman to refrain.
Well, Mr. President, it was agreed on during the latter part of the executive session that everything was, it was okay for everything that was divulged there to be.
Just a
Can
reminder,
the
Mr. President, it's up
can
to
the
you.
chair request a suspension so we can go over, first of all, what we agreed could be divulged before, and then we allow Senator Trillanes to continue with this explanation.
But it was already agreed on yesterday
Yes, sir.
before we after we terminated. And
Just-
I believe was properly guided.
Yeah, precisely. I'm
yes.
requesting if you don't mind, we call a break and then let's go over what we agreed yesterday.
Well, anyway, I'll just skip that part.
Okay.
I'll just skip that part, Mr. President.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Well, anyway, yesterday's briefing reinforced my belief that the AFP is very much capable of crushing the Mautes without martial law. They have done this before during previous incidents, one in 1995, at least in recent history, one in 1995 during the Ipil massacre, wherein hundreds of Abu Sayyaf members raided Ipil, Zamboanga del Sur, and killed randomly civilians and military personnel. The reaction then was swift and it was decisive. Immediately, the whole force of the armed forces in AFP Southcom then went after the Abu Sayyaf and they took on lots of casualties. And the whole of Mindanao were not inconvenienced by any martial law. The mission was accomplished, but the progress, the economic progress of the area was not hampered. Then came the Kabatangan raid or Kabatangan Sulu siege, again facing a much larger enemy force, covering a much larger area. The government response was swift and decisive, and again the AFP pulled through. They crushed the enemy and they restored law and order without resorting to martial law. Then came the all-out war of President Erap. This was one of the biggest engagements of the armed forces. They faced around that time 15,000 armed regulars of the MILF, and the response of President Estrada then was very swift and very decisive, and the armed forces was able to crush the 50 or so bases of the MILF without resorting to martial law. Then, recently, during the Zamboanga siege, facing a much larger force, covering, again, a much larger area, a significant city in Mindanao, but President Aquino did not declare martial law. Again, the enemy force was crushed. Now, some would rationalize that that's why these things keep on happening because they didn't declare martial law. But let me remember someone who did. President Marcos, during 1972, declared martial law for the whole country precisely to crush and solve all these problems. And I was mentioning to Senator Zubiri the incident he was citing when he was 10 years old, that the NPAs raided their home and shot his brother. And I reminded him that incident actually was during martial law, 1979, or 7 years into martial law, and yet such an incident still happened. So martial law is not the cure as proven by the experience of Marcos. I believe there is a misplaced expectation. Everybody assumed, or everybody assumes, that by declaring martial law, all the enemies would cower in fear and suddenly the AFP would have superpowers to obliterate the enemy. But let me remind them, whether martial law or not, you will be limited to the capability of your armed forces, which right now, I believe, is stretched thinly because of the for various reasons. And that's why, when I spoke to them, I was really confident that they can do this job without martial law. And as a counter proposal, because some smart people would ask, okay, what's your solution? The solution is sustained military operations. We're not getting in the way. Regardless whether this debate would go on for weeks, we are not getting in the way of the military operations. We let them be. The AFP is a professional armed forces. They are led by generals who have been schooled in the art of ground warfare. So I am confident that they know their job. But they need help. We need to increase their intelligence funds. Right now, Malacanang can do that. They can easily realign a portion of the 18 billion peso intelligence funds, intelligence and confidential funds of Malacanang to the intelligence operations of the armed forces. Just to give you a breakdown, Malacanang has 2.5 billion pesos in intelligence funds and 15.5 billion in confidential funds, broken down as follows: 11 billion for the Office of the President, for the ASEAN, for the conduct of the ASEAN activities, and 2 billion for the DILG, presumably for the PNP. But what is puzzling is it has a 1.4 billion peso budget for the Presidential Communications Office of Secretary Andanar. And compare that to the total budget, intelligence budget of the Defense Department of only 1.6 billion pesos. So they can easily realign if they really want to serve and protect the Filipino people, then it's time to put their money where their mouth is. Realign the intelligence budget from Malacanang to the AFP. Then next, I propose that we push for the immediate passage of the national ID system. Because right now, out of the millions going through the checkpoints in Mindanao, whether in Davao City or Zamboanga City, not a single maute has been apprehended out of these checkpoints. Why? Because they can easily fabricate these IDs and there is no database that has a biometric reference for these people, for everyone, for that matter. Then finally, I am pushing for the immediate passage of the Provisional Enlisted Personnel Bill that will allow the armed forces to recruit as many as 20,000 troops without being burdened by the pension system. So these new troops that will be recruited will have a new pension system. So the retired and the active will still retain the old system. So these are the ways that we can help the soldiers on the ground and eventually crush not only maute, but all the other lawless elements. So that explains my vote, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. President,
Senator,
lest I be misunderstood,
yes, sir.
with due respect to Senator Trillanes, my interference or my intervention earlier was a reminder of the executive session, and it was not disrupting a vote. Just to make sure that those
It was
watching
only-
are not familiar with
explanation
the
of the vote
rules.
already.
Yes,
Yes.
it was already explanation of the vote. The vote has been cast because under the rules of the Senate, you cannot interrupt anyone who is voting.
Yes.
But he has already voted. So para baka doon sa mga hindi nakakaintindi ng rules ng Senate, baka akala na ako'y nag-interfere or intervention of a vote. It was not. He has already cast the vote. He was merely explaining, and my reminder was the fact that there were issues in the executive session that we cannot talk about in public. So just for the record,
Just a
Mr.
reminder.
President. Yes.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I explain my vote? Mr. President, my father was a victim of martial law. Every time you talk about martial law, allergic po kami sa salitang martial law. And yesterday, when we were having a briefing, I listened attentively, Mr. President, for more than 4 hours. More than 4 hours. What was happening on the ground, etc. Yung mga heroic acts ng ating mga men in uniform sa AFP, sa PNP. Very touching kanina, Mr. President, yung binanggit na dalawang Muslim women, na kapatid nating Muslim, na nagdi-defend at ipinagtanggol at nag-ambag para po sagipin yung ating mga kababayang Kristiyano. Mr. President, during the briefing, I asked that question, what can we do? How can we be of help? Do you want us to revoke? Do you want us to concur? Tinanong ko po, pag nag-concur ba kami, is it a moral booster to our men in uniform? Ang sagot po, in the affirmative. Ang sagot po, mas lalo silang gaganahan, mas lalo silang matutuwa, mas lalo silang lalaban dito sa gera na ito. Mr. President, I have stated in public my position when it comes to joint session. If I will be invited and there's a joint session, again, it's a public record, I already mentioned my position. I will attend, I will participate. But Mr. President, yesterday, it was very clear for me when I asked the representatives of our soldiers, of those fighting for us, ang sabi po nila, kailangan namin ng tulong. Kailangan namin i-affirm. At ito po yung sinasabi dito sa resolution na ito. No compelling reason to revoke at this time, Mr. President. And that's why I am voting for the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Zubiri.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, mine's not an explanation of vote, but a clarification of what I had said yesterday. Just a little clarification on the dates of
Yes.
Senator Trillanes. I basically said that I was taught how to use a firearm at age 10 because of the atmosphere in Mindanao. That was in 1979. But the raid that happened in our compound in Quezon, that's why we moved from Quezon, Bukidnon to Maramag, Bukidnon, actually happened in 1991, April 5. I remember this because this was 8 days before my birthday when there was a shootout in our compound and actually 2 commanders of the NP had died. Just a clarification. That was after martial law, 1991. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move for the consideration of PS Resolution 390.
Before we leave PS Resolution 388, those who wish to submit their written explanation have 7 days under our rules. Just a reminder. So, what is now the motion, Majority Leader?
For the consideration of PS Resolution 390, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution to convene Congress in joint session and deliberate on proclamation number 216 dated 23 May 2017 entitled Declaring a State of Martial Law and Suspending the Privilege of the Writ of Habeas Corpus in the whole of Mindanao.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure Resolution 390, may we request to recognize Senator Francis Pangilinan.
Senator Pangilinan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, nung isang gabi, nakatanggap kami sa aming tanggapan ng text messages mula po sa isang residente ng Marawi City na lumikas mula sa lungsod dahil at kasama ang kanyang pamilya dahil sa bakbakan. Sa kanyang text message, ang sinasabi niya, ang mga airstrikes, nasunog na yung kanyang bahay at yung mga negosyo o business establishments doon sa Marawi City. At tinatanong niya Sa ngalan ng mga kababayan natin sa Marawi, tinatanong niya sa gobyerno, kailan ba matatapos ang bakbakan para sa kanilang kaligtasan? Isa ho siyang sibilyan. Ang sabi niya, marami na ang nangangamba kung ano ang magiging kahihinatnan ng labanan. Pagkatapos ng krisis, mayroon pa ba silang uuwian? Ano ang buhay at kabuhayan ng kanilang babalikan? These brief yet gripping messages makes the best argument for Senate Resolution 390, which I, together with Senators Drilon, De Lima, Aquino, Ontiveros, and Trillanes, have filed. It calls on both chambers of Congress, the Senate, and the House of Representatives to perform their sacred duty and peremptory obligation and hold a joint session and deliberate Proclamation 2016 that declared martial law and suspended the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus in the entire Mindanao. We stress, however, that we fully back efforts to neutralize the enemies of state, bring them to the bar of justice, and restore peace and order in Marawi City and other areas affected by the terrorist and criminal activities of these armed groups. Peace, justice, and development should reign in Mindanao. We laid down 4 bases in making this call to convene the joint session. Number 1, the Supreme Court decision in Fortune versus Macapagal Arroyo explains that the President and the Congress, quote-unquote, act in tandem in exercising the power to proclaim martial law or suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. And we quote, they exercise the power not only sequentially, but in a sense jointly, since after the President has initiated the proclamation or the suspension, only the Congress can maintain the same based on its evaluation of the situation on the ground, a power that the President does not have, according to the Supreme Court decision. Quote, consequently, although the Constitution reserves to the Supreme Court the power to review the sufficiency of the factual basis of the proclamation or suspension in a proper suit, it is implicit that the Court must allow Congress to exercise its own review powers, which is automatic rather than initiated. The constitutional validity of the President's proclamation of martial law or suspension of the writ of habeas corpus is first a political question in the hands of Congress before it becomes a justiciable one in the hands of the Court. Read the same decision. I will reiterate. The Court must allow Congress to exercise its own review powers, which is automatic. A review power that is automatic. It is not optional. Number 2, as the President exercises the most extensive of government powers as head of state, head of government, and the Commander-in-Chief, his extra powers to declare martial law and suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus must strictly comply with the Constitution. Number 3, the Constitution guarantees transparency, accountability in government, respecting the right of citizens to information of public interest, and the fundamental underlying principle of checks and balances amongst the separate branches of government, and in this case, the executive and the legislative branch. In a joint session of the Senate and House of Representatives, we can determine the constitutional and factual validity of the proclamation, prevent abuses in its implementation, and ensure the safety of the people of Marawi and the whole of Mindanao. Congress may also make recommendations on guidelines regarding the proper conduct of martial law as part of its duty to ensure such are consistent with the rights of our citizens. And number 4, we should not forget our painful experience with the imposition of martial law under the Marcos dictatorship. This period in our history has in fact become impetus for the clear limitations on the President's exercise of extraordinary powers, including the mandate granted to Congress to make an independent determination of the constitutional grounds for the limited curtailment of the people's rights, and that the people's rights are followed. Ang usapin tungkol sa martial law noong panahon ng mga Marcos ay hindi lang kwento. May pinaghuhugutan ito mula sa personal na karanasan bilang isang aktivista noon. Bilang pagiging aktivista ko noon na nakipaglaban sa diktadura. Hindi kami makauwi ng bahay. Naalala ko sa aming bahay sa Antipolo, sa loob po ng kwarto, meron pong collapsible na floor, yung aming cabinet, just in case kami po ay puntahan at subukan arestuhin ng mga ahente ng militar, meron pong collapsible floor yung aming cabinet at yung collapsible floor na yon dire-diretso na po sa kalye sa labas. Dahil nga po hindi biro ang martial law. Hindi nagbibiro si Pangulong Duterte nang sabihin niya na naging marahas ang martial law noon at magiging marahas din siya ngayon kung kinakailangan. Ito ay isang kinakailangan nating mapagbantayan. True, some have been disillusioned, some have grown tired, some have grown old. Matagal na tayo sa pakikibaka, matanda na tayo. Perhaps we think we have done our share. But then we look at the situation and see that before us, the problems are still there. Martial law is upon us, and the challenges are far-reaching. For the Marawi resident who sent us these text messages and other families fleeing from the skirmishes, for our soldiers in the battlefield, fighting the enemy, risking and giving up their lives, for the social worker and civic groups aiding the evacuees, for the ordinary citizen, Filipinos, who are worried about what lies ahead, Congress should not simply nod and agree to martial law. Congress cannot simply be a passive observer. Rather, Congress must be an active participant. This, we believe, is the intent of the framers of the Constitution. Tungkulin ho natin ito sa Kongreso, huwag ho sana nating talikuran ang obligasyon na ito. And for this, Mr. President, I move that we approve Senate Resolution 390. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Senator Lacson wishes to be recognized.
Senator Lacson is
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. President. This is not an interpellation but a manifestation. I was in a huddle with the distinguished minority leader while Senator Pangilinan was delivering his sponsorship speech. And it is enlightening to know that that Senator Drilon, the minority leader, has not changed his position or his interpretation of Section 18, Article 7, meaning if we are for revocation, then by all means we should support Senate Resolution 390. But if we are not for revocation and for affirming the declaration or proclamation of martial law, then we should not vote in favor of convening Congress in a joint session. I'd like to be enlightened further, because when it comes to legal opinion, I always respect the opinion of the minority leader, Mr. President. And during our caucus, the first caucus when you were not in attendance, he manifested that there's no need to convene in a joint session if we are not intending to revoke. And we were in a huddle just a few minutes ago, and he validated, he confirmed the earlier statement that I'm now attributing to him. So with that manifestation, Mr. President, since there are 15 or 16 members of the Senate who signed Senate Resolution 388, calling for the revocation, calling for the affirmation of the proclamation of martial law, then I see no need to debate further.
The vote was 17.
17. There are 17 against 5.
Yes, sir.
So if we are not for revocation, I maintain, borrowing the words of the distinguished minority leader, there's no need to convene in a joint session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator Drilon.
your permission,
Yes, sir.
we said that there is no need to confirm the declaration of martial law in order to make it effective. In other words, even if we do not confirm, even if we do not hold a joint session, the declaration continues to be valid until revoked by Congress or declared as lacking in factual basis by the Supreme Court. So that's the position that we have taken. That is the legal position that we have taken, that for the declaration to be effective needs no confirmation from Congress.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I will follow the Constitution. Since I'm not for revocation, I will vote against Senate Resolution 390. Thank you, Mr. President.
So, are we now, what period are we in, Mr. Majority Leader?
We're supposed to be in the period of interpellation.
Okay, sir. Okay.
But there are manifestations being made, Mr. President, and it can be accommodated in that particular period. So may we recognize Senator Bamakino.
Senator Aquino is recognized.
Mr. President, maraming salamat. Mr. President, our position is that a joint session needs to be convened, firstly for the constitutional requirement. I understand that not everyone here agrees to that interpretation, but that is the interpretation, if I may say so, of the minority and maybe some other members of the majority. Secondly, Mr. President, hindi po napag-uusapan is public welfare, which is basically that during a joint session, yung pinag-usapan po natin sa executive session, yung ibang mga aspeto po doon na pwede pong linawin sa taong bayan kung bakit po nagdeklara ng martial law, ano po yung plano, ano yung hangganan, at kung hanggang saan po dadalhin ito ng ating armed forces. Pwede po yun maisabi at pwede po yung marinig ng ating taong bayan. I think, Mr. President, that is a important aspect of the joint session that we don't really discuss enough, no? It is an important aspect, Mr. President, because as representatives of the people, every time that there is a executive session, a secret vote, all of these things, Mr. President, which is not transparent, it goes against, although I understand it does happen sometimes, but it does go against the very nature of our body as representatives of the people, because they need to know what it is that we also know as much as possible, no? Of course, without breaching any national security matters. So, Mr. President, itong pagtulak po namin ng joint session ay hindi po equating to the revocation. We feel that it is part of our constitutional requirement and important for the public to be able to listen for themselves yung sasabihin po ng ating security managers. To be honest, Mr. President, iba-iba ang aming stance pagdating sa pagsuporta sa martial law. Many of us have said we support the AFP, and we've gone as far as saying, I think all of us agree to that. But the minority itself, Mr. President, magkakaiba yung panig namin dyan. Pero kung saan po kami nagkakaisa is that we need to follow this constitutional process to ensure that what is in the Constitution at kung ano po yung nasa saligang batas natin, masusunod talaga whatever the outcome of the vote in the end, Mr. President. Just a short manifestation, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lacson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will still maintain that I will follow the lead of the minority leader, that there's no need for a joint session if we are not for revocation. Thank you, Mr. President.
We will precedence to the minority leader because he was mentioned. The minority leader is recognized.
Well, it is obvious from the signatures of the 5 senators in the minority that we want to revoke martial law because principally, in my case, with the briefing yesterday of the security advisors, apparently the lawlessness can be resolved within a week. So, revoking it next week may already be necessary, and because of the continued harm on that the martial law imposition has brought on us, we read about the cancellations of tourists coming to the country simply because of the cancellation of the declaration of martial law. The investment climate is affected. It is for this reason that we believe that martial law should be revoked under the in view of the briefing that we had yesterday, where our security people assured us that everything is under control.
Senate Majority Leader.
In fact, just one point. The Secretary of National Defense was specifically asked, do we need martial law to defeat the Maote group? The specific answer is no, we do not need martial law. That was what was told to us.
Majority Leader, Senator Escudero is raising his hand.
May I make a manifestation first? Mr.
Majority Leader
President?
first.
Yes, we do not need martial law kung mauti lang ang kalaban. Hindi mauti lang ang kalaban eh. I cannot divulge what the others that transpired because we're not allowed. So just as a response. And then, Mr. President, I am in receipt of copy from the House of Representatives of some of the documents in the Constitutional Commission. And to them and to those who researched, and my legal research team also checked on the how Section 18 came about in Article 7. And to the legal perspective, the provision that was already read earlier, and I think it was already read twice also, no, Section 18. The provision clarified the justiciability of the proclamation of martial law, the suspension of the privilege of writ of habeas corpus, and imposed limitations and procedures upon declaration. And it is clear in the said provision that no concurrence from Congress is necessary, and they admit to that, Mr. President. No? Now, it is, however, given the power to revoke or extend the proclamation by a majority vote of all its members. The proceedings, as given to us in a copy of the Constitutional Commission of 1986, will reveal the original proposal was to have Congress concur. It was in the original proposal, in the declaration of martial law, the suspension of writ. No? Now, this was subsequently deleted. They deleted it, Mr. President. Commissioner Ambrosio Padilla even found the removal of the requirement of concurrence justified when he said, quote, from the commission, I have no objection to the proposal of Commissioner Monsod in the sense that the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus by the President under certain conditions does not need the concurrence of the majority of members of Congress. And I would go further that even the proclamation of the state of martial law under certain conditions also should not secure the prior concurrence of the majority of the members of Congress. For after all, as the section provides, Congress may revoke such proclamation or suspension or even extend the period of 60 days. But for the initial declaration, either of the suspension of the writ or of the proclamation of martial law, it should not be necessary to secure the concurrence of a majority of the members of Congress. End of quote of Commissioner Ambrosio Padilla. Now, it should be stressed, Mr. President, that the committee draft very much was influenced by the martial law experience under President Marcos, and has proposed that the extraordinary emergency powers of the President may not be exercised with the concurrence of Congress. Now, this was opposed largely, Mr. President, on the argument that such limitation would hamper the President's capacity for quick response. Now, my question to any of those who are proposing PS Resolution 390, Mr. President, is they wish to revoke. That is how I take it from the minority leader. If I heard him right.
Mr. President.
Did I hear you right?
Mr. President, if I may, I would like to clarify that those of us who are pursuing a joint session not necessarily go for revocation. Because I believe, Mr. President, some members of the majority do want to support a joint session for the interest of transparency and the interest of pushing our constitutional mandate, not just merely for revocation, Mr. President. And this may differ slightly with what the minority floor leader had said, But members of the majority, and we invite them to join us in the support of this joint session, it does not equate, Mr. President, that by pursuing a joint session, that the members of the majority or even that of the minority are automatically for revocation. Because, Mr. President, I believe that some of our colleagues here who signed or who did approve 388 may still wish to push for a joint session, Mr. President. And by no means, Mr. President, does their vote mean that they are for revocation. And I would just like to clarify that, Mr. President, and if I may respond, Mr. President, to your statements, it also doesn't mean, Mr. President, that we need or the President needs our concurrence. It's clear, Mr. President, that he does not need our concurrence to implement martial law. In fact, it's already implemented even without an explicit concurrence, Mr. President. At nabasa rin po natin sa records na sinabi po ng mga framers, hindi kailangan yan because of the expediency of the situation. Naintindihan po nila, may mga emergency situations, kailangan pong ideklara na, at in this case, dineklara na nga. But Mr. President, we contend that even though they don't need our concurrence to push through with martial law, a joint session is still warranted. In fact, Mr. President, if I may quickly read as well, no, ito pong framers po natin, there is a discussion regarding the votes, no? At naging malinaw po between Mr. Rodrigo and Mr. Monsod, I'm guessing this is Soc Rodrigo and Christian Monsod, that our votes don't really count that much, Mr. President. Sabi, in effect, if there is a joint session composed of 250 members of the House plus 24 members of the Senate, the total would be 274. The majority would be 1/2 plus 1, so 148 votes, sabi po ni Mr. Monsod. And the poor senators would be absolutely absorbed and outnumbered by the 250 members of the House. Is that it? And they go on to say, Mr. President, na in a joint session, yung numbers nga po natin don't really count as much as the congressmen. That was made clear, and we're not contesting that. But Mr. President, let me just read this last paragraph of this page. Sabi po, the gentleman is making an assumption that they will vote against each other. I believe that they will discuss, probably in joint session, and vote on it. Then the consensus will be clear. So there is reference, Mr. President, to a joint session during the time that Congress and Senate decide on the matter. Meron pong reference to joint session twice po, sinabi by the framers of our Constitution, Mr. President. And again, Mr. President, hindi po sarado na yung desisyon nung bumoto sila. They are deciding on it. So they could have decided either way, Mr. President. Hindi po sigurado na kapag nag-joint session, revocation na po kaagad, Mr. President.
Well,
Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I just continue and wrap up? Of course, we cannot help but have a different opinion. I feel that, well, I'm clarified by the explanation, but I feel like at this time, at this point, because of what's happening to our brothers in Mindanao, meeting jointly when the Constitution is clear that we need not, if we're not going to revoke, I feel that we'll just be distracting the AFP instead of letting them do their work. That is my opinion, Mr. President, and you can have otherwise. So I join Senator Lacson's objection to the resolution being brought forth, PS Resolution 390, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority
We now
Leader.
recognize Senator Cheese Escudero.
With the permission of the Majority Leader, Senator Cheese Escudero is recognized. Thereafter, the Senate President, Senator Aquilino Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank our distinguished Senate President for yielding. I'd like to make a manifestation, Mr. President, in relation to the resolution. But before that, I'd like to clarify something in relation to the statements made by Senator Aquino. The minority leader said, Mr. President, that they voted against the resolution earlier, not to revoke the proclamation of the President, because they have taken a position that it should be revoked. Now, with the explanation of Senator Aquino that when you vote to convene, you're not necessarily voting to revoke. My problem with that, Mr. President, is, number one, it contradicts what the distinguished minority leader said, and number two, we voted on that specific issue earlier. Now we're voting on whether or not to convene. I raised that issue, Mr. President, because my vote on this resolution would depend on how they interpreted their vote earlier, because I interpreted their vote earlier against the resolution not to revoke, is that they have taken formally the position that they want to revoke the proclamation of martial law. Mr. President, my interpretation of the Constitution is, as stated by Senator Soto earlier, the original proposal was to make it more difficult for the President to declare martial law and to sustain it. However, Mr. President, the experience of 1972 notwithstanding, we were under a revolutionary government at that time, and the Cory Aquino administration did not know what was going to happen in the next few months. If there was going to be a coup d'etat, remember, we had several. And they needed to empower the then sitting President under the ratified Constitution to quell or suppress any rebellion, lawless violence that may be raised against her new administration under the 87 Constitution. Hence the amendment. They made it easier for the President, quite frankly, instead of making it more difficult, to proclaim martial law. But then again, I'd like to place on record, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, that martial law right now under the Constitution is a toothless tiger. It's more of a it's more psychological than anything else. When you declare martial law, the Constitution is not suspended by express provision of the Constitution itself. All of the Bill of Rights enshrined in the Constitution still apply and operate. That's why they cannot issue warrants of arrest. They cannot issue orders to search. Only the courts can do that because the courts and the Constitution is not suspended. In fact, even the suspension of the privilege of the writ, it only applies to rebellion cases, again, unlike before, and you have to charge him in 3 days, which is the same period provided for in the revised penal code. So whether you suspend the writ of habeas corpus or not, you still have to charge him in 3 days. The only distinction for this representation, Mr. President, Your Honor, between martial law and a no martial law regime would be that the President can call on the armed forces to perform functions that policemen usually perform, which is to maintain peace and order. Once the President declares martial law, it can also be called calling out the armed forces to suppress lawless violence. Armed forces, members of the armed forces of the Philippines can now perform typically police functions, which we would ordinarily see here in Metro Manila. But Mr. President, Your Honor, to my mind, I will be taking a position based on my interpretation of the Constitution that for as long as there is one member out of 292 members of the House, one member out of 23 senators, as long as one member would ask for revocation, the only manner, procedure, process, and way by which that desire of a member to revoke can be disposed of and voted upon would be through a joint session. Now, we can get the numbers earlier through a sense of the Senate resolution or later in joint session. But the more formal way of disposing of such a motion to revoke would be through a joint session of Congress. We cannot vote them down. The sense of the Senate resolution, as I said earlier, when we were discussing the resolution, has nothing to do with convening. Because we cannot vote them down here and simply say, you don't have the numbers. The Constitution also made it easy to discuss it and to vote upon it. My interpretation is for as long as one member, and we have 5 who took that position against our position earlier not to revoke it, 5 senators or 4, depending on what Senator Aquino said, 4 senators took a position that's more than 1. And I believe that is sufficient for us to convene in order to vote upon and dispose of that motion. One more thing, Mr. President, Your Honor. For those who support this administration or the action of the military, this is not a vote against the administration by no stretch of the imagination. In fact, the declaration made by the President was a unilateral act by him. If Congress in joint session should reject a motion to revoke, then such declaration, then such proclamation would now have been democratized with the participation of an additional institution of government. Sa loob o sa labas man po, mas maganda at maayos tingnan na hindi ito opinion, pananaw o desisyon lamang ng nag-iisang tao, pero suportado siya ng mas nakararaming miyembro ng Kongreso at hindi lamang ng isang ahensya o branch ng government na executive, kung hindi pati ng legislative. At halos natitiyak ko, Mr. President, halos lahat ng mambabatas mula sa Mindanao, meron tayong ilan dito, ay boboto pabor doon sa simpleng pananalita. Sino ba naman ang mas nakakaalam ng tunay na sitwasyon at kailangan sa lugar nila kung hindi sila mismo? And that would bode well for this administration if that will be placed on record, not only for future reference, but also to establish a precedence that insofar as we are concerned, it is that easy to convene the joint session and we should deliberate, discuss, and vote upon it for as long as one member asks for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senate President, Senator Aquilino Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the good sponsor would be so kind to entertain some clarificatory questions, because I want to see what the reading of the Constitution is.
Willingly, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I know if the theory behind this proposed Senate resolution is that the holding of the joint session in cases of martial law declarations and suspension of the writ cases is automatic or mandatory?
That is the position, Mr. President, of this representation.
And I've noticed that
And and we mentioned in our sponsorship speech, Mr. President, that the Supreme Court ruled, or
Yes,
at least the words used by the
that's-
Supreme Court, would be to the effect that the role of Congress to review is automatic.
that is what I gathered, that or maybe the basis for such a theory or a position is that there is a case, this Fortune versus Gloria Macapagal Arroyo case.
That is correct, Mr. President.
But
That is the
I've-
only Supreme Court decision that touches on the declaration of martial law under the 1987 Constitution.
I have read this case in the original, and that's why I have a problem if we keep on citing this case, because the ponente himself weakened his own decision, or very clearly stated that from the start he said that this is moot and academic because the proclamation has been withdrawn, and at the end he also said that the court dismisses the consolidated petitions on the ground that the same have become moot and academic, and in between those two statements would be 5 times he would say that this case is moot and academic. So I have a problem if we will now base our position that the calling of the joint session is automatic based on a Supreme Court decision which admits that the case is moot and academic. Hence, the pronouncements that we are quoting from the decision need not have been made at all to dispose of the issue or of the case. In short, for us lawyers, anong tawag mo doon, Sani? Obiter dictum.
Obiter dictum.
Yes.
Well, Mr. President, we agree that precisely the ruling was that the matter was moot and academic. But it is not only the case that we are citing that we would like to push in terms of supporting our argument. The other, of course, is the legislative precedence. When it was declared, when martial law was declared in 2009, there was an automatic convening of the joint session of Congress. So if we are to go by precedents, legislative precedents, under our rules, in the absence of a specific rule on the matter, legislative precedents would also be basis. And therefore, we are also asserting that when martial law was declared in 2009, immediately there was a joint session of Congress, and although again it became moot and academic because martial law was eventually lifted.
But then my counter argument is that probably we cannot compare our situation today with the situation way back in 2009, December 2009, because as researched by Senator Subiri, that was resolution number 217, and the title, which would give us an idea of what it was all about, says that resolution expressing the sense of the Senate that the proclamation of martial law in the province of Maguindanao is contrary to the provisions of the 1987 Philippine Constitution.
Yes, Mr.
So-
President, I drafted that resolution actually.
Yes, so therefore, in that particular case, I'm sure that since the Senate adopted this position, which reveals its intention to revoke, then definitely there was a house, at least one house, which requested the other house for a joint session. So it's not because they think it was automatic that they hold the joint session, but there was a house, and I can pinpoint to the Senate, which I am sure requested for that joint session with the House of Representatives. So unlike today, this Senate cannot produce or does not have a resolution stating that the proclamation is contrary to the Constitution. Actually, what we just passed is that we have no intention to revoke.
Yes, Mr. President, it's a good thing this resolution was raised, by this Senate President, because I drafted this resolution. And I went around and personally asked the members of the Senate to sign this resolution. And if you are to read the title of this resolution, it says a resolution expressing the sense of the Senate that the proclamation of martial law in the province of Maguindanao is contrary to the provisions of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. Mr. President, I precisely crafted it in this manner and did not provide for a position that we are intending to revoke or that this means we are going to revoke the martial law declaration, because I believe then that any talk about revocation is not, should be discussed in the joint session of Congress.
Right.
And therefore, not in the upper chamber. If, for example, Mr. President, our intention was to revoke, then we would, and believing that the Senate as a body can tackle and deliberate on the matter of a revocation outside of the joint session, I would have placed that as part of the title, with the end in view of revocation. Precisely because, Mr. President, we believe then that the proper jurisdiction on the matter of discussing revocation is not in the upper chamber, it is in a joint session, which is what we felt was precisely the intent and mandate under the Constitution.
My only point is that we cannot use legislative precedent or past practice because it's actually poles apart, no? Opposite poles. But I'm sure when you passed this resolution in 2009, Mr. President, in the joint session that you had, you were pushing for revocation of the proclamation of martial law.
Well,
Consistent with resolution number 217.
and that was the proper,
That's correct.
that was the proper forum, Mr. President, and the joint session of Congress under the Constitution. That's where the issue and matter of revocation of the declaration of martial law should be properly debated. The other point, Mr. President, that I'd like to point out, Mr. President, is that the current resolution the passed by or authored by 15 is that the Senate, expressing the sense of the Senate not to revoke. In other words, Mr. President, we are now discussing here in the upper chamber merits of the declaration, merits of the debate or deliberation on a martial law declaration. My belief, Mr. President, is that the discussion on the merits is only valid, will only be valid if it is done in a joint session. Some of our colleagues are saying, well, if 15 of us decided here in the upper chamber that we don't need to debate it, then we don't have to go to the joint session. My dilemma there, Mr. President, is what therefore is the official record or act of Congress on a declaration of martial law? What official proceeding would be available or would be made to go through the process of debating, Mr. President, or discussing it?
Yes, my understanding of the Constitution is you would need that official record if you are going to revoke.
Well,
Mr. President, does your understanding that the joint session is automatic prevent a House from expressing its own sense on the proclamation of martial law, just like what we did in 388? That's why I was trying to tell you, Mr. President, when we were not in session, that I could separate the two subject matters, because so what if it's, let us say, if it's automatic that we need to have a joint session? Does that automatically also prevent a House from expressing its sense on the constitutionality or legality of the declaration of martial law?
Mr. President, that's precisely why the nuance here with the resolution 1522 is that we did not talk about revocation or concurrence. We simply expressed the sense of the Senate that the martial law declaration was contrary to the provisions of the 1987 Constitution. I can understand, Mr. President, that it's a, it's a thin line that separates the joint session of Congress discussions and deliberations and the upper chamber. But precisely, we at least, that was the intent then, we did not touch on whether or not we are to revoke or act on the declaration prior to the convening of the joint session, because precisely it is in the joint session of Congress where the merits of a revocation or a concurrence, if that would be the case, would be made.
So, for example, while we were debating proposed Senate Resolution number 388, I was exchanging text messages with the Speaker of the House, and he told me that they see no need, they are not going to agree to a holding of a joint session because they see no need. So that means that their interpretation is it is not automatic in cases of declaration of martial law or suspension of the writ. Hence, we are trying to look for a referee who has settled this issue in cases of a difference of opinion like this. And all we can cite is a Supreme Court decision, Fortune, which I believe holds that the ratio decidendi there, the ruling there is that
It is moot.
the case that we are deciding upon is moot and academic. Hence, we cannot use it at all. So, does the sponsor agree with me that this is still an unsettled issue? Hence, we can rely on our own interpretation.
I would concede, Mr. President.
Lacking guidance from the Supreme Court.
I would concede, Mr. President, from the bar top notcher. But even then, Mr. President, it was an en banc decision. This is a decision of the Supreme Court, and the Civil Code provides that judicial decisions applying or interpreting the laws of the Constitution shall form part of the law of the land. So I agree with you, Mr. President, that this, yes, may be in effect an obiter, but there are other bases. The decision of the Congress to convene when is precedent, Mr. President, and therefore that is another argument in favor of convening the joint session. And we also mentioned, Mr. President, several constitutional tenets: transparency, Mr. President, the right of the public, the right of information of the public on matters of public interest, Mr. President, is there. And of course, accountability, Mr. President, because we are, in effect, acting as a check on the executive department if we go through the joint session to deliberate on the martial law declaration.
As far as past legislative acts are concerned, my point is we are comparing an apple to an orange, because the factual situation or the parliamentary situation are not the same.
Well, Mr. President, I may concede again that some of the facts are not the same, but you know, to be honest, Mr. President, the first statement of the Speaker of the House was that they would convene.
But that is his latest statement.
Well, that's precisely. And when I read that, Mr. President, in fact, when I was unable to attend the caucus, Mr. President, but I had assumed, because I was there in 2009, it was my assumption precisely that there would be no debate on whether we should convene or not. But that's why I was surprised.
And
When the matter of whether or not it's mandatory or whether or not it's optional really caught me by surprise, because in 2009, the position then that we all took was that it was mandatory. We did not have a debate on whether it was optional. We did not have any of these debates. We all took it, we all assumed, Mr. President, at that point, that it was mandatory for a joint session, for Congress to go into a joint session.
And because the intention of the Senate as a chamber was to revoke.
Mr. President,
As shown in 217.
well, Mr.
Resolution number
President,
217, that was the-
that was after, Mr. President, that was after, a few days after the declaration, Mr. President. In other words, before this resolution was adopted by 17 senators, we didn't have a real sense of whether or not revocation would have been the course of action. But even without that official document, we already all agreed that a joint session was mandatory.
And then going
That
back...
was my understanding then.
Yes.
There was no debate as to should we, is it optional, this is my understanding then, Mr. President.
For the record,
Mr. President, with the permission
who
of
were
the
senators then, in way back in 2009, who are still with us?
Well, I was the majority leader at the time. May I be, with the permission of Senator
With the permission
Pimentel and Senator Kiko Pangilinan,
With the
may I just
permission
add
of
to the...
Senator Pangilinan
Just some
and
information.
Senator Pimentel, we recognize Senator Zubiri.
Just for 2 minutes, just an information. I was majority leader then, Mr. President, and I clearly remember that we were united with the father of Senator Pimentel, the senior Senator Aquilino Pimentel Jr., and Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile, that we should have a joint session because we were all in for a revocation. As a matter of fact, we had a shouting match. This is, well, I'm putting it on record. I had a shouting match with Neptali Gonzales, Boyet Gonzales of the House. And as well, not a shouting match with the more senior member, which was the respected Majority Floor Leader Arthur Defensor of Iloilo, when we had the debate in Shangri-La, EDSA Shangri-La. And I clearly recall at the time that the position of the House was it was not necessary for concurrence, but they will respect the Senate because the Senate wants to revoke under our resolution the martial law order of the President then. So clearly, there was debate, Mr. President, but that's because we wanted to convene both houses to show that we were for revocation. Precisely because the elements of rebellion, the elements of invasion were not present during the Maguindanao massacre. It was purely police matter. But yes, I would like to put it on record, the reason why we were very courageous to go to our colleagues in the Senate was because we were for revocation, Mr. President. That's on the record. It was not because it was mandatory. I clearly remember that, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just a clarification, because
Yes, Your Honor.
my understanding then was Senator Zubiri was actually part of the administration of
Yes, Your
President Arroyo, and I don't recall that he was supportive of a revocation.
No, unanimous po yan. We were unanimous. As a matter of fact, I went against the President, who is my godmother, And she was so mad at me, she did not talk to me for several months.
Well, Mr.
I
President.
went against her on that decision.
Well, Mr. President, we then therefore recall it differently because I recall that there was no debate about whether it's mandatory or optional.
No, this was a meeting that we had, Mr. President, in EDSA Shangri-La. You can ask us, Congressman Boyd Gonzalez, who's probably a friend of yours and a friend of all of us, that the shouting match actually took place. And because of that, we're not even very close right now because of that particular incident. Sinabi pa nga niya sa akin, ang yabang-yabang nyo, mga senador. Sabi niya, on the record, yabang-yabang nyo mga senador, gusto nyo lang magpagilas. Sabi ko, hindi naman tama yun. Gusto din namin ipalabas ang posisyon namin that we're for revocation. May sinabi pa nga sa ano ko ba, administration o kalaban? Sinabi niya, putting it on the record. So basically, that's for the information of the body.
So, one last point, Mr. President. Because I asked our secretariat here on how to initiate a joint session with the House of Representatives. The proper way is that there should be a concurrent resolution to be approved by, both houses. Meaning to say that this present resolution that we are now discussing must have already a counterpart in the House of Representatives. So, a factual question, Mr. President, is there a counterpart resolution already pending in the House of Representatives
I have no idea.
containing similarly the same idea?
I have no information, Mr. President, but I assume there is not. There is no counterpart, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the same way we have a joint concurrent resolution when we convene Congress on a State of the Nation address. That is done by both houses. In the same, when we do joint sessions, there always has to be concurrent resolutions, but nobody debates because it is mandatory under the Constitution. We do not debate a concurrent resolution on convening Congress to hear the State of the Nation address, Mr. President. And
Yes, but
we may disagree, Mr. President, but precisely because of the gravity of the matter and the serious nature and the extraordinary powers that we are giving the President in terms of that the Constitution provides or allows the President to exercise, that is precisely our argument that it has to be a joint session, and it has to be it has to be a joint session of Congress, Mr. President, and it has to be mandatory and not optional.
yes, even when we pass that joint or that concurrent resolution telling the President that we are ready to receive his State of the Nation address, that document is coordinated between the two houses.
Precisely.
Well before the filing, and then so that's why there is no debate, because it's coordinated with the other house. In this particular case, there is no such counterpart resolution in the House.
Well, because precisely, Mr. President, because there are differing interpretations of the joint session of Congress to check on martial law.
Okay.
Mr. President, with the permission of the two gentlemen,
Yes, with the permission of the two gentlemen, the minority leaders recognize.
as pointed out by the sponsor, maybe there is no concurrent resolution. There is no equivalent resolution filed in the House. But nothing will prevent, and I think the proper procedure is, we pass this resolution today, it's a concurrent a resolution, and send it to the House, assuming that we pass it here, send it to the House for their concurrence. If we do not pass it, or no, if we pass it and send it to the House, and they do not concur, then there is no concurrent resolution. Right, so we need not debate on whether or not there's a House version. What our position is, we act on the resolution that was filed, resolution 390, and then send it to the House, ask for their concurrence, and let them decide. Thank you, Mr. President.
One final point, Mr. President. Will the sponsor still push through with this resolution, even with the information that the House will not agree to a joint session because their interpretation is that it is not automatic and it is not necessary.
For purposes of record, yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, with the permission of the two gentlemen, may the chair ask just two clarificatory
Yes,
questions to the minority?
willingly,
leader?
Mr. President.
Thank you. With the permission of my colleagues also on the floor. Does it prevent, of course, the position of the minority shared by some members of the majority is that it is a constitutional duty of Congress to have a joint session. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
and that is the position of the minority. Now, does it prevent the joint session of Congress from affirming the declaration of the President?
No,
Does
it does-
anything prevent? Nothing
No.
prevents.
No, it does not, Mr. President.
Now, if both chambers, a supermajority of both chambers support the declaration of President, wouldn't that strengthen the President's position as well?
Definitely, Mr. President.
Would it also strengthen the mandate of the armed forces?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, minority. Yes, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, not an interpellation, but one argument and then a manifestation. Section 18, Article 7 says that if Congress is not in session within 24 hours following such proclamation or suspension, Congress convenes in accordance with its rules without need of call. Kaya pag not in session, mandatory. Pero pag in session, hindi. This interpretation is absurd, Mr. President. So to my brief manifestation, our Senate Resolution number 390 is resolution to convene Congress in joint session and deliberate on proclamation number 216 dated 23 May 2017 entitled Declaring a State of Martial Law and Suspending the Privilege of the Writ of Habeas Corpus in the Whole of Mindanao. So it is about joint session, Mr. President, our minority resolution. And we continue to invite the members of the majority whom the good presiding officer mentioned support the convening of Congress in joint session. We continue to appeal to those members of the majority. We continue to appeal to those members of the majority to vote with us and support the passage of Senate Resolution number 390, regardless of whether or not the House will pass a similar resolution or they want to or do not want to convene us in joint session. There is a second scenario, and said by several colleagues here in the Senate that, and so I say, Mr. President, if the majority needs one member of the Senate to move for revocation, well, Mr. President, I know that there is at least one member of the Senate who has already said that he is for revocation. Idagdag nyo na po ako dyan. The armed forces has said they can contain this Maute terror group in Marawi even without martial law, and I trust them. There is and let there therefore be no mistake, Mr. President, I am against the Maute terrorism. And I am also against creeping state authoritarianism. To the Maute terrorists, Mr. President, I say, you can raise and wave 1 million ISIS flags, but we will only swear allegiance to the Philippine flag. Uusigin, hahabulin at papapanagutin kayo ng aming matatapang na sundalo na tapat sa tao at saligang batas. A third scenario has been mentioned just now, Mr. President, about a concurrent resolution. But let's just go back to if the scenario 1 is not enough, but we, members of the minority, still present it to all colleagues, especially to the members of the majority who support the convening of Congress in joint session to join us and support us in voting Senate Resolution number 390. But yet, if it is not enough, a plain reading of Article 7, Section 18 of the Constitution, if referring to the record of the Constitutional Commission is not enough, if referring to the transcript dated December 9, 2009 of the joint session of Congress to discuss Proclamation number 1959 is enough, if we need another parang casus belli to convene in joint session, then gaya ng sinabi ko po, Mr. President, with full confidence in the capacity of the armed forces to defeat the Maute group in Marawi or wherever else they may run, then I manifest, Mr. President, I am for the revocation of martial law because we believe, I believe, as my impression was formed in the briefing, that our armed forces are capable of defeating the Maute threat even without martial law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Pacquiao is recognized.
Mr. President, I'm not expert in the law, but I understand kung ano yung pinag-uusapan dito. Ang Senate nagbigay ng pahayag na suportado ang proclamation ng martial law sa whole Mindanao. Ang Congress nagbigay ng pahayag na suportado ang proclamation ng Presidente na martial law sa entire Mindanao. So, sa pagkakaintindi ko, Mr. President, ayoko lang paguluhin yung isipan ko, gusto kong sumunod sa batas. Nagbigay na ng desisyon ang both houses. Therefore, hindi na siguro kailangan, Mr. President, na mag-convene pa for what? Babalik ta rin yung desisyon, balik ta rin yung suporta ng Senado o ng Congress. Hindi na kailangan. Wala namang sinabi doon na individually. Kundi House, Senate, and Congress. That's my understanding, Mr. President. And ayaw kong, kasi ang haba na ng oras ng pinag-usapan ito. But ang purpose dito is yung Senado ba, so suportahan yung proclamation ng Presidente, ng President, or din yung House, suportado ba ang proclamation ng mahal na Pangulo? Nagbigay na ng pahayag, even the Senate, nagbigay na rin tayo ng pahayag na suportado natin ang deklarasyon ng Pangulo. So there's no need, Mr. President, na mag-convene pa, no? Mag-convene pa for what? For siguro sa media coverage o media mileage, hindi na kailangan, Mr. President. Marami pa tayong gagawin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pacquiao. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I believe there was a motion by Senator Pangilinan to adopt the Resolution 390, and the Senator Lacson objected, and I also expressed my objection to the resolution, Mr. President. I move to divide the House and vote. A yes vote would be in favor of the resolution,
Mr. President,
asking for a
with the-
joint session.
Mr.
A
President,
no vote automatically
with due respect,
Give me-
Mr. President of the
Before we
majority
vote,
party,
may the chair recognize for the
Yeah.
last time Senator
we're
Sumiri.
not interrupting the voting because it's just a motion.
Yes.
May I ask for just a half-minute suspension to locate few of our members, Mr. President.
Session is suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, can we resume session? Just forever.
Mr. President, I withdraw my suspension. You may proceed with the voting.
No, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, just for the record, there was already a motion to divide the House by the Majority Leader. And we should proceed.
Let us proceed. Divide the
We
House.
should not suspend the session.
The Secretary is directed to call for a nominal vote. Yes is in favor of the resolution to convene as a joint session. No is to defeat the resolution that we do not convene in joint session.
The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima Drilon, Ejercito,
Because of the urgent and compelling reason to crush the rebellion, I vote no to the resolution.
Escudero,
Mr. President, I vote yes, although not for the reasons cited in the resolution, but for the reasons I stated rather earlier in my manifestation.
Gatchalian, Gordon, Honasan, Hontiveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto,
Yes.
Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
Mr. President,
Before you explain the vote, can we get the tally of the votes first? Oh, baliktad. Oh, 12, no. Baliktad eh. Diba? Binibigay sa akin. Nine affirmative votes, 12 negative votes. The resolution number 390 is lost. Minority Leader.
Just for the record, can the chair read the names of those who voted for and who voted against? Anyway, that will appear in the journal tomorrow, and it was a nominal voting. So just for the record, can you read out, just to check?
The secretary is directed to read.
Angara, no. Aquino, yes. Binay, no. Drilon, yes. Ejercito, no. Escudero, yes. Gatchalian, yes. Gordon, no. Honasan, no. Hontiveros, yes. Lacson, no. Ligarda, no. Pacquiao, no. Pangilinan, yes. Po, yes. Recto, yes. Soto, no. Trillanes, yes. Villar, No. Soberi? No. Senate President Pimentel? No.
Senator Angara is recognized to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I regret to say that I could not join the well-intentioned resolution of the minority. I understand where they're coming from, and in times like this, extraordinary times, it's always better to err on the side of transparency and accountability and explain to our people why we act in certain ways, given the urgency of the situation. But I think, given what has transpired in the last 48 hours, namely the 4-hour briefing given to us by the armed forces yesterday, the subjecting them to rigorous questions, today our explanation on the earlier resolution regarding whether to revoke or not the declaration of martial law, I think this, for practical intents, already serve the purpose of a joint session, Mr. President. And from a legal standpoint, I join the reasons set forth by the Majority Leader earlier when he cited not only the text of the Constitution, but also the records of the Constitutional Commission, Mr. President, where the text of the provision, the martial law provision, was expressly amended to reflect the clear thinking that in case of Congress concurring with the presidential declaration of martial law, there is no need to have a joint session, and that such would be necessary only in case of revocation. This is supported by the words of Commissioner Ambrosio Padilla, a known constitutionalist, in the records of the Constitutional Commission. It's also supported by the remarks of the former Justice Vicente Mendoza in his submissions to the Senate, and he said that there are only a few instances where a joint session is called for by the Constitution, and it is the revocation which would necessitate a joint session, Mr. President. So for reasons of law, for reasons of policy, and for prudential reasons as well, Mr. President, because I think if we were to engage in a joint session, we would just be repeating what we did in the last 48 hours as a practical matter. We would be asking the same questions of the AFP, and perhaps if we do support the declaration, then it's better as a practical matter, pabayaan na natin silang mag-concentrate dun sa nangyayari po sa Mindanao. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just briefly explain my vote. Earlier on, I voted not to revoke martial law for reasons that I believe that we should prevent chaos and violence to spread across Mindanao. But let me just quote from my Supreme Court decision. I think it's the Vide versus Arroyo, if my memory serves me right. The power to declare martial law poses the most severe threat to civil liberties. It is a strong medicine which should not be resorted to lightly. Mr. President, I have two very simple reasons why I voted yes. One, it's my personal interpretation that this is a very strong medicine or strong tool to arrest violence and chaos in Mindanao, and I think it deserves a larger body to deliberate and to assess whether this medicine is correctly implemented. Second, Mr. President, I truly believe that the joint session or joint convention will legitimize and give a stronger mandate to our President. He acted and proclaimed martial law, and I truly believe that a concurrence or affirmation will strengthen this mandate and proclamation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Senator Legarda.
I have a letter to the Senate President explaining my vote, which will be submitted within 7 days, Mr. President. Let it be reflected in the records of the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Gordon.
Mr. President, decisions of this matter are never easy for all of us. We are voting with our friends and colleagues, and we have nothing but respect to the principled stand of the members who voted on the other side. Obviously, there are emotional matters that are come into the picture. Soldiers have died, civilians have died, and the spread of the threat is widening throughout the entire country. And, you know, I can recall something that I remember, a quote. I believe it says, "On the beaches of history bleach the bones of those who, at the moment of decision, hesitated, and having hesitated, died." At times, Mr. President, we have to take the risk, take the decision. I would have wanted to have a discussion with our counterparts in the House, but I think right now, because it has already been rendered academic by the previous vote, I would imagine that this would have been superfluous because it would have had a mark, or it might have been misinterpreted by those who are on the field right now, who are suffering the difficulties of this conflict, including all sides, Mr. President, especially those who are trying to help the vulnerable. And so, Mr. President, I commend the other side. No one ever really wins or loses, but nonetheless, we sustain democracy today. All of us debated, we talked about it in a very, very gentle manner, in a very, very cogent manner, and I'm happy for that, and I'm proud to be in the Senate because of the other side as well, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ejercito.
Thank you, Mr. President. Initially, I would have wanted a joint session because I feel that this would have been good for the President. Affirmation of his declaration, that would have been good to show the support of both houses of Congress. But, Mr. President, we are dealing here not with ordinary bandits, not ordinary criminals. We are dealing with terrorists, Mr. President. So, as I stated earlier, there really is an urgent and a compelling reason to declare martial law because, as such, this is not an ordinary rebellion. This is terrorism, Mr. President. And for the military to be able, the police, to be able to quell this rebellion as soon as possible, they would need the full force, they would need the instrument, any instrument, for that matter, like martial law. Because the moment the terrorists or these bandits lay down their arms, they would not be identified anymore. It will be very hard to identify. So, Mr. President, because, as I mentioned, again, these are terrorists, so therefore there is really a compelling reason to support the declaration of the President. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Paul.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Angara pointed out, it's important in these discussions that we have transparency and so that our countrymen will know exactly the reasoning behind our votes, our vote in particular. It will not prevent the military or the government from doing its functions now or their operations in Marawi as we are debating in Congress. I feel that for students of history, they will always look back into our, look at our discussions on this in the future when they need to make a similar decision. I think that it is our primary responsibility to be able to debate this as much as we can. In the meantime, again, not hampering the operations of the military and what they need to do to immediately secure the safety of our countrymen in Marawi and Mindanao, as martial law is already in effect right now, as long as we haven't rejected it yet in Congress. And I support their initiative for safety. Now, so Mr. President, again, I feel that it is best to, as I said, to err on the side of caution. So we might as well have this debate as lengthily as possible as we need to for the record. And in spite of the fact that my seatmates will actually gloated that we lost in this vote, I feel that they appreciate, as well as I do, that we vote on principle. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Aquino.
Mr. President, not an explanation of my vote, as I think I've explained enough already tonight. Just for the record, Mr. President, Senator Villanueva messaged me, and he's not here anymore, but if he were here, he said he would have voted for the joint session. Just for the record, Mr. President.
Senator Escudero.
Mr. President, Senator Gordon said he respected the position of those who voted yes, and I would like to return the favor. On the part of those who voted yes, we likewise respect the position taken by those who voted no. And perhaps, Mr. President, given the lengthy debates, this would be a ripe issue for someone to bring before the Supreme Court so that it can be finally clarified, either by a petition for mandamus, so that once and for all this issue would be settled. But I would just like to respond to some of the statements made earlier. Mr. President, when we convene in joint session, we are doing our job. We are not affecting the job that our soldiers are doing. Under our constitution and system of government, unless we are called upon, we are not expected to fight with the Maute terrorists. Again, unless we are called upon. We are called upon for a different calling, precisely to discuss on the legality, to vote upon it, to deliberate upon it, and for students of history to be able to place on record exactly what transpired during these most difficult times in our history. Kumbaga, Mr. President, may kanya-kanya naman po tayong papel na ginagampanan natin ang tungkulin natin. Hindi natin tinatawaran yung tungkulin ginagampanan ng ating mga sundalo. At gayon din ang ating mga sundalo. Hindi naman din siguro nila pwedeng tawaran ang tungkulin natin dapat gampanan bilang mga miyembro ng Kongreso man o Senado para pag-usapan, talakayin, pagbotohan at pagpasahan ang mga bagay-bagay na nangyari nitong nagdaang mga araw sang-ayon sa trabaho at obligasyon natin sa ilalim ng saligang batas. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Are there any other? Senator Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr.
Senate President.
In my opinion, the Constitution does not make it the holding of the joint session mandatory. So it's actually a judgment call on the part of each house whether it wants to invite the other house for a joint session. And that will most likely happen if the prevailing sentiment within that house is for the revocation of the proclamation of martial law. So that is why it has not happened in this particular instance. Senate will not be inviting the House of Representatives for a joint session, and the House will not be inviting the Senate for a joint session, because the prevailing sentiment, which each House already determined, maybe informally through caucuses or formally through passage of resolutions not to revoke or passage of resolution to support, they have already determined that the prevailing sentiment is not to revoke. So my position is that it is not automatic. It is left for the House to decide what its position is. But my position also is that if one House should request the other House for a joint session, then it should be mandatory, or there should be moral obligation on the part of the other House to hold that joint session to hear out the prevailing sentiment in the House requesting for a joint session. So unlike the position of Senator Escudero, where for him one legislator triggers the need for a joint session, the opinion of this representation is that one House triggers the need for that joint session if that House should request the other House for a joint session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will submit my explanation of vote in writing. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Yes, we'll place that on record, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I move to adjourn, we will be taking up a number of
Senator,
bills for...
with the permission of the Majority Leader,
Sorry to the Majority Leader. Really quick, 1
Senator
minute.
Subiri, sir, I recognize and explain his vote.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, mine is the appreciation of my colleagues on all their statements, acknowledging the situation that's happening in Mindanao. I hope that after the vote today, we can support the troops now, we can stop the fighting amongst ourselves and rally behind our troops in this cause. I just got information that the police lost a V-150. An armored personnel carrier was taken by the terrorists. They were outflanked in another area. So, Mr. President, right now, I think we could end the political noise amongst our colleagues, agree upon ourselves that we have now to rally behind our troops and support their effort to rid these terrorists from this area. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Aquino.
Yes, Mr. President, on behalf of not just the minority, but many of us here, I don't think there was ever a question on rallying behind the troops. If I may just respond to Senator Zubiri's manifestation, there was never a question about rallying behind the troops. The question today was a matter of what our duty is. And we respect, of course, the decision of our colleagues. We respect the numbers. We respect the vote. But, Mr. President, for the record, gusto ko lang pong sabihin, never has there been any time when our debates here affected our troops or meant that we were not behind our troops, Mr. President. Just as a clarification, Mr. President, to Senator Zubiri's manifestation.
If the members of the opposition took that not very well, my position, Mr. President, is that our political noise that we make also affect the troops, whatever we say. If we had a joint session, we would have debated there, we would have been out on TV, the members of the opposition, and the members of the administration would make their point clearly heard. Mine is, I'm just asking, I'm appealing, because again, there's a personal stake here for me. I'm appealing that we now all rally behind the troops. I never questioned that they did not rally behind the troops. And I'm saying this also for the members of the majority. Because, we may be discussing politics, but right now, there's a battle that's being waged in Mindanao. So I'm not questioning the fight and the debates that we're having here as not supporting our troops.
Okay,
What I'm
thank you
just
for that.
saying, Mr. President, and I'd like to clarify, and again, I apologize if I rubbed the minority wrongly, is now that we can move forward as a chamber, unite together with our different causes and ideologies to help our troops in the field. As a matter of fact, I'm going there on Thursday with Senator Gordon. This Thursday, we're flying there. So that we can do in our own little way, support the troops and the residents there that need our help. I'm not questioning any motive here. I'm just saying, now we can move forward. As a matter of fact, I wanted to pass legislation today, but I was told by the majority leader because of the lateness of the hour, it is tomorrow. So this debate on martial law, to approve our resolution and to debate on the other resolutions has taken up a lot of our time. I know it's our mandate and our duty, but again, my appeal to the chamber, to my colleagues is, let's now rally together, united, for flag and country and pass legislation to help our people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, again, I have a different interpretation. I feel that the debate with a strong consensus in a joint session would actually empower our soldiers more. And in fact, later on, might dispel any possible questioning in the other branches, which is the Supreme Court. So I think it's better that there's no doubt that there's a strong support in both houses convening together and debating this, but constructively. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
As I was saying, Mr. President, before I move to adjourn, I move to elect the following Senate contingent to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1449 and House Bill 5648. This is the measure extending the validity of driver's licenses. So, Chairman is Senator Grace Poe, members Recto and Drilon, Mr. President. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motions approved.
Mr. President, I move to elect Senator Loren Legada as Chair of the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Is there any objection? There being none, motions approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday.
Session is
May
adjourned
21,
to 3 o'clock
2017.
in the afternoon, Wednesday.